We'll begin in a second, but I just need to set up some things in Zoom. Excuse me. Sound should be max, that should work, okay. Right. Nada, can I ask you to turn off these lights? Yes. There's a reflection on the screen. Okay, hello. Good morning. I hope you had a good evening and good morning wherever you stay. So I'm chairing my own session, so I can go forever. But don't worry, I have set up the alarm clock for myself. Okay, so my talk begins with a question: why BHTOM? Okay, and I forgot to introduce myself to people on YouTube. I'm Lukasz Wyrzykowski from Warsaw University, and you will see my pronunciation for my difficult name in a moment. Okay, so why BHTOM? Where did the idea come from, and why? What is the motivation for it? So this is our observatory in Warsaw. Horrible weather, but a nice telescope. We just celebrated 50 years of this instrument. But so me as let's say an owner of the telescope, I have this kind of questions. What can I use my telescope for, right? I have only theoretically remains, to be honest. So maybe it's better to close it and sell the forest, right? That will be a better conversion of the land. I can go observing there anytime because it's just 40 kilometers from Warsaw, but I don't know what to observe. I can process the data because I've been doing this since my scientific childhood, and I can also process the data in an automated fashion because I've been doing it so long, so I know how to do that. Also, my students use the telescope for their training, but they also lack ideas what to observe. And I need to justify the existence of this very telescope to people above me, especially with publications, right? We don't need to generate anything else but publications. This is what counts at the research institute or university level. Okay, we can ask another story of a person who has a question. There was a supernova in M101, observe it now. And someone has found our Australian observatory, but there are questions: how do I access this telescope? Is there a way to apply for time? But the proposal page is in Polish. How do I do that? And the weather is horrible. Why should I bother actually thinking about this telescope? Do I have to go observing by myself? I cannot afford doing this. And how do I process its data? Right? It's some obscure manual somewhere, outdated. So how do I process the data? Yet another story, there's someone coming who is interested in microlensing events, and there's one Gaia 20 FNR, and is saying, I need a long-term multi-wavelength time domain data for my target. I don't have access to any southern telescopes, because this one is happening in the south. No one is going to give me an observing time for one target for 1 year, right? This is not possible. And I don't have time to process thousands of images from a variety of different telescopes. But I'm going to write a paper about this because this is my field. I know this stuff. As long as I have data, I can write a paper. So these are the stories which motivated us to create BHTOM. And so this is the network. Some of you might recognize some of the telescopes and dots which are related to your own observatory. So if your dot is not there, let us know, we'll add it. But generally this is a global network, because as I said, we need to cover both hemispheres, we need to cover multiple weather patterns and so on. This network has been established, as Jerry was saying already, in 2013. We started with Gaia alerts, but it has evolved into general time domain targets and time domain science. We already have something almost like 100 telescopes in this network. So BHTOM, we started in 2020. There's almost 200 users registered, 87 observatories. We processed 100,000 images in those last 2 years. There's actually more than 1 million data points stored, including archival data. And we've studied 375 targets. And there were 10 papers already published, but at the moment there's about 5 which are currently in preparation. And this is the data, you're all familiar with the web page. And the logo, which is kind of in bluish hues. But we were not happy with this because of some reasons, and some people were complaining about some things, so it's time to do some changes. That's why we are going to introduce BHTOM2. And we've been working very hard over the last, let's say, months to make this work. So you see change of logo, change of colors, and so I'm going to show you some of the main features of this new system, and we're going to make it online today, as we speak actually, which also means that BHTOM1 is going to be turned off, not today, don't worry. We'll still have like a month for that web page, but there's going to be kind of almost a sharp transition between the 2 toms. And of course, you will have many questions regarding that. We'll be happy to answer this. I have already created a Slack channel called BHTOM2 on our BHTOM workspace, where you can post questions if you have any. But anyway, let's go through the system. There are some of the things you will recognize, they stay the same. Some of them are new. And here I want to give big credit to, of course, the TOM people who built the TOM, the basic, which we build our system upon, but then also Acom Lab from Warsaw, from Poland, people who were spending last evenings, nights, and weekends trying to make this work for you today. Here are some faces of people who, on the research side, from the Astronomical Observatory involved, also from Torun, Heidelberg, and also our sponsors and people we collaborate with. So this is kind of a big enterprise. Some people moved on, finished their PhDs, or started working elsewhere. But anyway, these are the faces. Most of them are here, so you can ask them as well if you have any questions related to this. Okay, registration. This is what you normally begin with. So to sign up, you need to register. To be honest, you don't have to do this if you already had your BHTOM1 account. The account were moved. The same passwords remain. You can log in as it was done previously. However, I'd like to emphasize one thing. We need the LaTeX fields here. If you haven't done this, please update your entry. This is because, you know, when we are making a paper, publishing a paper, you see this long list of authors, right? If we have to contact each individual, give us the correct spelling of your name, especially the Polish ones are very difficult, and Lithuanians, but also the affiliations. We can all have it generated automatically, provided you fill this form correctly, right? So give your LaTeX version of your name, the address, and also the ORCID, if you have one, you can put it in the About Me, right? So that then we can translate it quickly into a paper. So I want to emphasize that this is very, very useful. Okay, target list. So there are a couple of ways of displaying targets. This is an updated map. You see, this is the Aladdin map from Mellinger. By default, it's the whole sky Mellinger map. And you can switch between equatorial, galactic. You can also change the background. If you want to display the H-alpha background, you can do it quickly in the Aladdin built-in tool. You can change the projection as well, if you don't like the classical one. We also mark the position of the moon and the sun. However, Aladdin has it wrong. So the circle around this 30-degree circle is computed incorrectly in Aladdin. So I'm going to point it to them. The circles are not being projected correctly onto the map. But this is already giving you an idea where the moon is and where you should not observe. Also, the map is interactive. You can click on it and then find out what the target is and see its latest magnitude. So this is an improved target list. So what it has compared to previous ones are actually the tables are sortable correctly. Previously it wasn't working correctly. Of course, there's target grouping as it was there, but then you can sort the tables. There's a new class, new table, new column called class, but this is an enum. So now you can sort by this, or you can filter on this, which wasn't the case before. And also what we introduced is the last magnitude in G. So even if that used to work for Gaia targets only, now it works for all kinds of targets. So even if your target is observed in CDF only, or whatever weird band there is, we try to convert it to as close as possible to Gaia, so that then this is kind of meaningful. This is not very accurate, that's why we only give a low precision number here, but it is mainly for filtering reasons or sorting, right? So if you want to select your targets, this gives you an idea of the latest brightness of the target. Of course, there is importance. We changed the name. If you notice, it used to be priority, now it's called importance. So this is the 0 to 10 value, how important the target is. And then priority is the value we compute given the cadence requirement. This hasn't changed since BHTOM1. Okay, there is a new way of displaying targets, which we call visual list, and you can quickly access it from the menu. You can go to visual list, and then you have to define your filters first, because otherwise, if you want to display all the targets in the database, of course you can just click filter with no filter, but it will take a while to generate. But you can quickly filter your favorite. You can select your group for targets. And then it displays these simplified plots for all targets you've selected. And these are interactive plots, but then you can click on the name and it brings you to the details. This was, I think, missing, at least for me, so that you can group targets by type, by coordinates, wherever, and see what they are doing. You can see, for example, this microlensing event is already gone. But this one is still ongoing, so you can decide on what to observe based on this. And there is a filtering example here, but I've been sending it to you already many times ago. So probably the simplest filter for all the observers is that you define the range of the sky you're interested in. For example, we just put 0 here to get the northern targets only. And then the importance above 4, this is typically what we say. If the target is really important for observations, then the importance is going to be above 4. And then it's far enough from the sun. Of course, this does not guarantee the visibility, but this is a good approximation, and this can be computed very quickly. And then here you define the magnitude cut. You say 18, but remember the magnitudes are reversed, of course, right? So you have to say the max is 18. And that gives you the map of your targets. You see everything is above 0, and there's only a handful of targets you might be interested in observing. Okay, target create. There are some changes here. So you can create target in 3 ways, as it used to be. So you can create it manually, or you can import, or you can search in catalogs. So this is the typical target create form. Where you fill all the details. The one significant change is that the classification now is a predefined list of targets. If something is missing, let us know. We don't want to go to very detailed subtypes of classes. For example, supernovae are merged into a supernova class, but for example, we have peculiar supernova, right? But we don't care if it's type 2, type 1a, or whatever. For our reasons, it's not that important. Moreover, that I don't trust the classifications. My experience with supernovae in particular is that the classification, they often go wrong. Well, It's very difficult, let's say, astrophysically, to define. What, Mariusz?
You mean about the photometric classification of?
Well, this is how you define your target, right? So I don't know where you take this information from. If you see one data point in a galaxy which is blue and so on, and it's at the outskirts, you probably know it's a type of a classical supernova. So you can say here, I don't need you to prove this is classified as supernova, right? But this is only to help observers to filter your targets upon different classes. So if there is a classification coming after a couple of days and it turns out to be a CV, you can change it here, right? So it can be either, it can be even your gut feeling that this target is a supernova, right? You're free to do so. You can mark it as a supernova, okay? And there is another field which is called description, where you can give more details, right? You can mark it as a supernova, but then you say this is Mariusz gut feeling, right? And then we know what Mariusz meant. Okay, what is there? Yes, the importance, as I said, this is the relative importance to other targets, right? Of course, it's very subjective. You can make all your targets 10, it's fine, but then we'll review it sometime and we might lower it down a bit. But this is kind of what's your feeling how important this target is in terms of urgency and scientific value. And then also you define the cadence as it used to be. Of course, in days, if you want to have it observed very frequently, then you make it a small value and vice versa. Then the aliases, these are there's more description about this. So these are the different names of this target if you know them. However, this will be checked automatically. So I invite you to give it a try, leaving this empty. Just create your target and then see what we find, right? We run based on array index through all possible archives, so we will find it for you. You don't need to know that. It doesn't work for all these services. For example, Assassin, they don't allow us to grab their data automatically, so Assassin has to be added manually, for example. And this is where this field is useful for. But you will see how it works. Then there is import. This is a very powerful tool. So use it with caution, because you can import hundreds of targets in one go, and there are a couple of ways of doing it. Probably the simplest one, if you're interested in Gaia alerts, you can just give the Gaia alert name. That's it. You don't need to give anything else. It will grab everything for you. But generally, yeah, in every line you define your target with coordinates, with classification, with cadence, importance, whatever target, whatever field you can come up with, and then import it, and it will create all the targets for you. So just be very careful, because then deleting targets is not automatized, and you need to do it manually. Okay, probably the most useful one is the catalog search. You just specify the name from Gaia alerts, for example, or TNS or Antares, and then it pre-fills all the fields for you, right? So it finds the array index, and I will be very careful to tell that the array index is the crucial one here. If you mess it up, then probably the easiest way to fix it is to delete the target and install it again, right? Which might be the case in case of supernovae when the coordinates are not very well defined at the very beginning, at least. Anyway, I encourage to use the catalog search, and it will fill everything, including the classification, description, discovery date, and so on. The importance will be set to 9.99, kind of by default, but you can edit this. Right, there are some details what's going on under the hood, but I'll just skip that. You can see this later if you're interested in what's going on under the hood. So when you create a target, that's how it looks. It's all blank. Don't worry, it's okay. There's a message saying that the target is created, and you just have to wait for something like 1 minute or so. It takes a while to ask all the archives around and gather all the information. So instead of blocking the system while doing it, we decided to go for Kafka streams, and then there are Kafka alerts being sent to harvesters, and harvesters grab the data. All you need to do is wait sort of like about a minute or two, and then refresh the page. And then it should appear like this. So you have, in this case, you have Gaia data, you have WISE data, for example. You see this microlensing that was detected even in mid-infrared, and then all the details about the target also filled in, and we have some new fields here, as for example constellation, which wasn't there before. We do automatic classification, there's a paper about it if you want to find out, based on the archives. So in this case, it can tell you what is the most likely class of this object, and then we have the external links here. So if the object was found in Gaia, then you can click here and go directly to Gaia alerts and Gaia DF3 as well. Okay, the plot is now interactive. It wasn't before. Now it is interactive. You can switch off some datasets you don't want to see. You can zoom it in, zoom out, and so on. You can, of course, download the data. You can download the radio data if it exists. In some cases, it does. And then it displays the most recent photometry here. So in this case, this is Gaia. Okay, something new we've added are the models. So far, there are only two models, the standard microlensing model and more complex parallax microlensing model, and we can add any model. So if you have any ideas, like Przemek was mentioning yesterday, we need a model, for example, for period search, we can add it here. We would need your help, but we can add it here, and we would be very happy to expand this feature here. So for microlensing, with essentially one click of a button, you can get an idea what this event is going to do. So this gives you it uses all the data automatically. Then you can interactively play with it. I can give you a full tutorial how to use it if you're interested. But generally, with just essentially one click, you can have an idea what the event is looking like and if it actually fits the data, right? If it's a microlensing event or not. Right. Okay, so then something new we've added, we've expanded actually, are the archives. So there's something what we call block brokers in TOM language. And these brokers are actually going around the internet and looking for data. And here we grab data from multiple surveys, multiple websites. Some of them are actually already stored in a secret database in Cambridge, WSDB. Which I really appreciate Jerry to keep maintaining and running, paying for running. This is extremely useful. I wish all the archives were in WSDB so we can grab it from there directly. So we do it here. We use the WSDB to grab whichever data is there. And you might be surprised seeing some of the observations here. For example, with this target, this is NADA's quasar, found in Gaia, there's ZTF data, there's WISE data, there's also a vast archive of historical observations lasting something like 20 years. So you can do your research immediately, just after adding your target. You can find out something you were not aware of. And of course, we grab radio data here as well. There are very limited resources I know of. So if you say you have any ideas, there is a clever API we can grab the data from. And we would be very happy to add it. So far, we only use FIRST. So this is something what we are still expanding. There are other archives like OGLE or all the microlensing surveys, all the variable stars. There's something what we would like to add. And also there is a Harvard photographic plates archive, which has photometry for objects, data taken, something like 100 years ago. This can be added here as well. It just requires a little bit of work. Okay. And CPCS archive, this is something that is still in progress, but probably you would be most interested in. This is the data you've collected, you as a network collected before, which used to be stored in the CPCS server, meaning the BHTOM1. We're still transferring this data. Don't worry, your data will not be lost when we switch off BHTOM1. So this is an example of an object which has already been transferred to BHTOM2. So you see there is Gaia data, there's ZTF data, but there's also the data you've collected for this target. And the data will be also recalibrated on the fly. When we transfer it, that's why it takes a while. We have something like 400,000 observations to be transferred, so it takes a while. But the data will be there, so don't worry if the target is there and your data is not there yet, we will not delete it. And also the data will be labeled with your name, right? We keep track of it, don't worry. Okay, publication, there's some useful tools when you want to make a publication. So first of all, there's a list of all facilities and with numbers of data points collected, and then minimum MJD, maximum MJD. You can just click here and then download the LaTeX ready table, copy paste it in your paper, you're done. Moreover, you can click this red button here and then get a kind of a beginner of your paper, including a suggestion for a title, right? Or suggestion for a target description. So it's trying to build, based on the information we have, it is then sending it to ChatGPT, and then you can come up with some nice title. I think this is a fair use of ChatGPT, and with clever enough prompting, I don't think there's anything wrong about this, and it can come up with some clever titles for your papers. Okay, my time is almost up, and I haven't talked about. I will run over. Sorry, I haven't talked about upload, which is probably what you're most interested in. So this is the main feature of BHTOM1, which we transferred to BHTOM2. It's not called upload anymore; it's called manage data under the target. And you can upload the data as it used to be. So you can upload feeds files, of course. You can upload the instrumental photometry if you have one, spectroscopy, non-detections. There is missing light curve, but we kind of lost it on the way, but it will be back. You can add the entire light curve of your own production. So the main thing is remains the same. If you upload a feeds file or a extractor file, then you need to specify the observatory. This is the main thing here. And then force filter, we only limited it to Gaia filters. Kind of instead of an auto, which used to be here, you're encouraged to use Gaia synthetic photometry, and it will do the proper calibration for you. So in order to add your observatory, in order to be able to upload anything, you need to tag your observations with your observatory, as it used to be. So you go to the observatory list, you add your observatory to your list, you go to the table, you select the observatory name, sorry, this is for creating a new one. So if you want to create an existing one and your observatory is already there, it has all been migrated, the only thing you need to do, you need to again repeat the process of adding the observatory to something what we call favorite observatories, right? So you will only be able to upload data for observatories which are on your favorite list. You just need to select from this list and transfer it to your own favorite list. This is probably something you've done before, probably you don't remember that anymore, but this is a very easy process we can help with. If the observatory is missing, then you can of course add it. There are two ways of adding it. If you only want to upload instrumental extractor instrumental data, then you click this button here, and all we need is your name and the coordinates maybe. If you want to process feeds files, then you need to fill the form about your detector. And this will require human acceptance. This doesn't require the acceptance, this one does. But that's of course, as it used to be, you need to upload a feeds file, we need to process it. We need to make sure we are ready to automatize the processing. Okay, and there's of course an API, and there's a huge documentation built by account people. So all functionalities I described are now available through API, and you can first of all you can download the data, you can upload the data, you can get target list, you can filter, you can get standardization results. Whatever you can think of, you can put it into your pipelines or whatever, and you don't have to go to the web page anymore. The only thing which is new here is that you need to generalize the token So there's no hashtags as they used to be. Now you need to generate a token. So the very first time you run the API, go check the first chapter in the documentation, how to obtain your token. This is based on your username and password in BHTOM. Once you have the token, this is your authorization key, so that then you can run all the API functionalities. But this is quite common in all the API world and people doing this. Okay, so I think that's it. There are some links here. This is my email. This is this Slack invitation. Here, I didn't change that, but the current address for BHTOM2 is bhtom2.astrolabs.pl. The bhtom.space is a link which currently brings you to the BHTOM1. If you want to get to new BHTOM, this is new.bhtom.space, but that link will disappear in a month's time, or more or less. This bhtom.space will be the only link we use, and it will direct you to the BHTOM2 Astrolabs address. So you're encouraged to go there, maybe not now, after the coffee break. Well, we encourage you to try it while we're here, right, during this week. So that during coffee breaks, lunch breaks, and then maybe on Friday, if you need a dedicated time with us, then we can help you sort out some things or explain things, okay? I think I'll stop here and take questions if there's time. Thank you.
Any questions? Hello, Mariusz Gromadzki, Warsaw University. I would like to ask, I have a comment in that it would be nice from my point of view to have filter which would tell me if given object is connected with an open cluster, a globular cluster or galaxy, something like this.
Okay, yeah, we can think about this. Although, you know, at the moment you can kind of programmatically add it. If you have your own list of the galaxies, you can run your consearch. There's an API for consearch, so you can write a simple program which goes through your list and asks BHTOM, is there a target associated to that cluster? This can be done easily. Of course, we can add it. It's a good idea for a future. Yeah.
Just for quick search.
Yeah.
If there anything interesting for
Sure.
someone who want to have targets in clusters.
Sure. Yeah, good idea.
Thank you.
This is Rupal. So, is there any plan to add subtracted results? I mean, newly added results from observers instead of from CTF or other places. Any plan?
Yes, we're looking into that because so far as Przemek showed yesterday, we're doing the PSF photography, right? Which is okay in most of the cases, but in terms of, you know, if you have supernova and there's a galaxy nearby, it doesn't work so well. So we're looking into available softwares like AutoPhot, for example, from ePESSTO. Yeah, we realize there's a need for it, and we might add it. If you know of something or you can help with that, that would make it real. Otherwise, that would slow us down. Okay. Yeah.
Fantastic job. I mean, this is a dream now, a dream interface. I noticed that there is still the column priority, and it's something that I really like to use, priority. Is it still on? And if so, does it only relate to the microlensing?
No, priority, I didn't give the formula here, but the formula for priority, it is related with the importance of the target, then the cadence required, and also the difference between the current time and the time of the last observation. So if you imagine a target which you require the cadence to be 1 day, any target, microlensing, supernova, whatever, if something the observer, if the scientist requested, this target is of tenth of importance, and it has to be observed every night, right? So the cadence is 1. And then the most recent observation is from a month ago, so 30 days ago, right? It boosts the priority up because the cadence, the last data point was observed 30 days ago, while the requirement was 1 day. So this makes this value going up. As soon as this target is observed, so the delta t shrinks to less than 1, the priority goes down. So it's a dynamic number which changes depending on the data we have and the time we have, right? So this is a very useful feature for sorting, right? If you want to know which target is now needed to be observed because it has not been observed for a while, this is your number, right? Of course, you can define your own criteria, but the priority, this is the reason for priority. We now call it like observing priority, right? I can explain more later if you want, but I hope it's
yeah. Thank you, Staszek Zola. About this short question, what is the weight between the three parameters? Even?
What is what, sorry?
The weights of the three parameters which define priority. You said this is cadence.
Yeah.
And,
they're all the same, yeah.
All the same.
Yeah, the weights are the same. Mm-hmm.
thanks.
So we have 2 hands on from.
I think Josh was first.
Yeah. Yeah, Josh.
Hi, Lukasz. You mentioned some data sources. I miss AVSO.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yes, we used to have it. I need to check. We'll definitely add it. There is a lot of data in AVSO we would like to have in our system. Thanks.
And one more question from Stephen.
Hi, thanks. BHTOM is a great resource there. I'm looking forward to using number 2. I was quite interested to hear about the use of ChatGPT. I'll definitely have to look at that a bit more. My question is about, as a contributor of data, how do I find out what is happening to my data? Because ultimately, you know, we want this to lead to scientific publications, right? So how would I follow? Is my data being picked up by anyone? Is someone taking a lead role in writing a scientific paper? How would I go about finding out about that?
Yes, this is something what is missing and is very difficult, right? I hope you realize that this is hard. We keep track of the, we have Google Analytics running under the hood, so we can check which targets were being clicked on, but I think that's it. This is as far as we can look into. So we see some targets are of interest, in terms of, you're touching the problem of data policy here, right? So generally we only allow people who are registered to download the data. So this is the first filtering step, right? So if you're not registered in the system, you can't not only see the target, you cannot submit, also you cannot download any data. But that's all what we guarantee. It's never happened that someone has stolen the data from us. Typically people from outside our community, they notice, okay, this is the target of my interest and you have a lot of data. What do I do about it, right? They email me, for example. And then we say, okay, so this is the deal. You can get all the data, but then you have to include all observers into the publication if you're going to write one. But that's all what we have. If you have any suggestions how to improve this and what's important, we would be happy to hear.
Well, I wonder if it wouldn't be beneficial to add something on BHTOM where you could say, you know, I would like to take a leading role in this particular target and take it from there. At the moment, I feel I don't know if anything is happening to the data that I contribute. And I've seen some great light curves out there, and I just wonder, is anyone actually looking at them? Because we don't get any feedback in that way, and maybe add in a field where registered people could say, you know, I would like to take a leading role in this.
Right.
Put your hand up if you'd like to be part of it, or something like that. I don't know. I'm just thinking off the top of my head here.
Yeah, this is a very good idea, and I know I've seen systems doing this. It's yet another layer of functionalities. But we have the comment, right? So already we can encourage people to use comment field, because comment are target. So there could be some conversation going on already in the comment thread. This is something what we already have and can be used. And I see Rachel is raising her hand. I'm sure she has a lot of experience with that. Rachel.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I just wanted to respond to that last question. Thank you for that great feature request. I do know that at least some of our users have implemented a similar feature, that they use the key value pairs or the tags as an extra parameter for the targets, which is available as a simple configuration in the TOM toolkit. And they use that to have effectively a list of people who have expressed an interest in a given target. And if you have that, it's relatively easy to add even a email push notifications or Slack push notifications, for example. So if that's functionality that would be appreciated, then we can definitely look at expanding on that.
Yes, we do have this, so that could be also used. But of course, it would have to be defined how people communicate between each other. But that's a good idea. Thanks, Rachel.
So I think we can move following discussion on the Slack channel, since we're running out of time. Thank you very much for your talk, and thank you for the discussion. And the next speaker is Sebastian Kurowski from Jagiellonian University in Krakow, who will use his own laptop, right?
Yes. Are you in Zoom already? Yes. Okay, good.
So for those of you who are in person, I hope you have filled the form about the dinner on Thursday. Is there anyone who missed this information? If no, we are happy, and we know that there were some vegan requests, and we are working on that.
Chcesz klikać, czy nie? Chcesz to? To możesz wsadzić. It's coming.
So Sebastian will tell us about the Gaia Large and BHTOM as a gateway to the scientific world for educational observatories.
Thank you. Is it already working?
Yeah, well, we see you on YouTube. You're online.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. Actually, Lukasz had a perfect introduction to my talk. The beginning of his talk is exactly the problem that I want to address in my talk, but related to educational observatories, not professional facilities. Let's have a look at this map. It shows astronomical observatories in Poland. There are quite many, more than 60 on this map. Blue dots are scientific institutes. Yellow ones, actually more of them, are educational, amateur, or private observatories. And this map is not even complete. I know there are many, many more of these observatories around Poland. And for example, you can see this cluster of observatories in the northern part of our country, which is Astro-based project. So they built 14, if I remember correctly, observatories next to schools, primary, secondary schools. All of them look like this. They are equipped with MIP telescope. And I don't know, let's say 20 years ago, this gap between scientific observatories and educational observatories was huge. I mean, these amateur telescopes were very simple instruments, sometimes without tracking, so nobody was thinking in using it big scientific projects. But nowadays it's changing. These amateur telescopes are really great instruments that can be easily converted into scientific instruments. And even this kind of niche telescopes are very popular around Poland, around these educational observatories. They are already instruments that can be easily converted into something remotely controlled or even robotic. In recent years, almost every year we have a new or upgraded observatory in Poland. Let me show you some examples. Here's, I think, the perfect example of how public observatories should be organized. It's the Astronomical Observatory in Niepołomice. Recently, they got a new building, and also they upgraded the telescope. Before it was also mid telescope, similar to the one that I showed before, but now they have 40-centimeter telescope. So this is huge. I mean, a few years ago, this kind of telescopes were only in scientific instruments in Poland. But there are more. Here's Astronomical Observatory in Koszalin. This was founded from civic budget, I think in 2015, and also, again, 40-centimeter telescope. Actually almost the same as in the previous observatory. This is a beautiful example because this observatory is located under very dark sky. It's in BHTOM Mountains, which is one of the darkest sites in Poland. It's still an observatory. They restored the old water tower. It was opened basically 1 year ago, and also equipped with fantastic 35-centimeter telescope on a very good ASA mount. Our astronomical observatory near Krakow is south from Krakow, Mount Lubomir. This is historical observatory of my university. There was observing station before the Second World War, and recently they got 40-centimeter again telescope, very similar to the previous one, actually almost exactly the same telescope as previously. And soon there will be also our half-meter telescope from Krakow, hopefully. Okay, so you see that this gap between this astronomical scientific institutes and these amateur observatories is becoming really, really small. And there's another very important thing about these telescopes, that are ready to be controlled remotely or fully automatic. And let me show you another example. Since February this year, I'm working in a primary school in southern Poland, in a small village near Bielsko-Biała and Kraków, between Bielsko-Biała and Kraków, surrounded by forest and mountains. The village is called Sułkowice-Polemcina, so it's a very Polish name. And principal of the school, when they were renovating the roof, decided, okay, why not building observatory on the rooftop? And that's what they did. And I think they did it a really nice way, this observatory. Again, we have the same telescope, so you can see that probably this telescope is a good value to price ratio. And this is the observatory that I'm working on now and trying to prepare it for remote observations. All of these observatories have one common thing, that a lot of time in these observatories is wasted. They work only in the evenings when there are people that want to come to see the sky and so on. And during whole nights, these telescopes are closed. They're doing nothing, and they're ready to be used, for example, for scientific projects. This is example what we also do in the school. We have planetarium for kids. So every week we have groups of kids coming for astronomy lessons. We organize some public observations like Perseids here, or recently, just before coming here, we have this night of scientists. So every year, thousands of people visit this observatory. Last year we had around 4,000 people visiting this school, only for astronomy, teaching astronomy. Let me tell you more about the equipment. It's again 40-centimeter telescope on Skywatcher Eq8 mount. So it's amateur telescope, companies that make amateur telescopes. It's also equipped with robotic focuser, off-axis guider, and cool color camera. So most of these observatories go for color camera. Of course, for outreach, for teaching, they're perfect. You take a picture and you already have beautiful, colorful image. But also they buy these cameras because when they think, okay, which camera to choose, and they have a mono camera and color camera, of course they will take a color camera. Why would they even pay more for mono camera if they don't know what to do with it later? And these cameras, actually this company, ZWO, is very popular now, I believe all over the world, because these cameras are quite cheap. You have a wide selection of different cameras with different sensors. They all CMOS, some with quite good quantum efficiency, and also some of them cooled. And there is one more interesting thing that I wasn't aware before February, that there is a very interesting software called Nina. I'm not sure if you heard about it, but maybe some of you heard about MaximDL. It was very popular software to control whole observatory, cameras, telescopes, dome, everything. And this is basically the same thing, but for free, and becomes also very popular around amateur astronomers. The only disadvantage is that this is mostly made for astrophotography. It's not really for science, so taking scientific images with this software is a bit more difficult because you cannot, for example, measure easily do like quick photometry. You don't have tools, for example, to check if the exposure time is correct and so on easily. But still, it's developing, so I believe this is going to change in the future. So this is what we use to control this telescope in Bolencina. And not only telescope, the dome, guider, camera, basically everything. You can also include weather stations, all the possibilities that you had in MaximDL, because it's using these ASCOL protocols. Of course, if there's observatory, there has to be a weather station. In this school, we have Davies weather station and also high quality meteor sensor, cloud sensor, and all the data goes to our website where people from the village can check what's happening above their heads, what's the weather, what's the sky look like. Because also we're equipped with Polsky camera. It's also based on the camera from the same company, very popular. Now it's under maintenance, we're building new housing with heating. But you can also see that some of these public educational observatories have pretty good weather conditions and dark sky conditions. It's a bit in the middle of nowhere, and thanks to this we have fantastic sky there. And it's really nice because it's a place where many people for the first time can see Milky Way. This telescope, after this few months of work, is already, it's almost ready to observe remotely. I already observe from another room, so I don't need to go under the dome during the whole night of observations. When this video was made, I still had to check something. The telescope was going to wrong direct positions, dome didn't follow, and so on. Now it all works. We're just missing some tools to control the power, the electricity, to switch off everything if something goes bad, and we just need IP camera under the dome to see if the dome is and things like this. So I believe that by the end of this year, this telescope will be fully remotely controlled. Let me tell you a bit more about these cameras, or maybe ask you if some of you try to use these cameras. They're perfect for amateur astronomers, but are they good for photometry? Because they have CMOS sensor, and we also brought this camera recently to our observatory. Here we have an example of our historical Grep telescope, which we're using now to observe the sun in H-alpha and calcium filters. And we bought this camera to observe the sun, but it may be a good choice also for photometry. It's 16-bit camera with high quantum efficiency of 91%. It has quite small pixel. That's why it was good also for our solar observations. But I would like to borrow this camera to Bolencina to see if we are able to do some photometry with it. Because, as I said, these cameras have low price and some cooling. It goes like around 35 degrees below the surrounding temperature, so it's not that bad, and they're lightweight, which is important because these amateur telescopes, they're not very prepared for carrying heavy load, heavy cameras, filter wheels, and things like this. And the good thing about these cameras is that they have electronic shutter, so you can use them for deep sky imaging. These are images from Bolencina. This is 10 minutes single exposure. This is another example, but the same camera can be used also to observe very bright objects, because you can go very low with exposure time. So they're perfect tools for this kind of observatories. You can basically do everything with it. So the idea would be to have so many observatories in Poland equipped with telescopes that are ready to be remotely controlled. Why not making a network of telescopes, especially that they don't know what to do with this telescope, with most time of this telescope, and they really would like to join in some scientific projects. They would love to say that their observatory is important on the map of also scientific astronomy. So what they need, they definitely need some guidance. They don't know how to start, how to do it, what equipment they need to do this, how to observe, and how then to reduce photometric data. And finally, they don't know what to do with this data. But fortunately, we have some tools for that now. We have Gaia or other space or ground-based surveys that are source of very exciting targets. We have BHTOM, we have AstroColibri, where they can find this target easily and then upload the data. What is very important is feedback. We want to know that something is happening with the data. So the topic that we were talking about just minutes before, that it would be very useful to have the feedback that something is happening with the data, because the process of making a paper is long. And during this time, these observers don't know if somebody is using the data. They also need some materials to popularize the results, some nice images, so they can show on their Facebook, on their web pages, that what have been done with their telescopes. If we go one step further, we have Skynet. So, of course, still, the things that I was saying, you still need an observer being there, taking care of the telescope and doing these observations. But if we go one step further from remote observing to robotic observations, which is still possible with these instruments, we can have, for example, Skynet. We can use basically every gap in the clouds, what was already shown by our CDK 500 telescope, which is very efficient in using every chance to observe. So imagine connecting this telescope to Skynet, and we use all the wasted time for science. And this is win-win for our scientists and also for these educational observatories. But Skynet, there are small problems because it's not really prepared to work with amateur telescopes. There are still amateur telescopes, so the pointing accuracy is not perfect. We definitely need some safety features built in the software to check if the dome is really close or not. Some power switching case there is, for example, no response from the mount, which happens, and things like this. The pointing thing can be easily solved with so-called plate solving. And for example, the Zina software has it already built in, so the telescope points to the target, takes a short image, do astrometry, and corrects the position. So we have the target in the middle. But we need to do this, and it should be implemented in such a software. Or, for example, support for guider, because also tracking is not always perfect. But with all these software things, we can basically make every telescope with go-to system robotic. The problem is that the step from remote to fully robotic observations may be difficult and expensive, because we need more sensors, we need more safety features, and this is something that I'm going to try to do in Valentina, because I treat it as a testing site for me. So if you look again at this map, look how big network of telescopes basically we can create in Poland. And I know that I'm not discovering something new here, because things like this work already in other countries. But for example, in Czech Republic, as far as I know, it's fantastic how many observers they have and how big the network in their country is. And they have really got really useful data for this. Another problem is that you need a person in each of these observatories that will take care of this observatory, will make sure that this observatory works, that it provides good data. But I think very important this kind of project is to meet regularly, for example, at least once a year, to have workshops, to have conferences, to chat about it. This, I think, will make this project go for a longer time. And also, you can see that the scientific institutes are spread all over Poland. So basically, every institute can have a person that will help these educational observatories in case of any problems, and will take care so that they work all the time. So this is just an idea. Maybe some of you have already experienced from your countries how a system like this may work. So I hope it will be just some trigger for discussion. And that's it. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions.
I think we will have to move on. That's very nice about it. There is Josh having his hand raised. While Josh is speaking, we'll switch to another speaker.
Hi, I just have a comment. I mean, I'm using Mina for scientific observations for my robotic remote observatory in Chile. It's perfect with the advanced sequencer to make even loops, and also the CMOS camera you mentioned. I have them now in use for photography. They are perfect, and they are much better than present CCDs because CCDs are actually phasing out. And, they are cheaper, and the 16-bit versions have really true 16-bit and can be used for photometry to the millimark level. So I would encourage people who are going to change their equipment to go for CMOS cameras instead of CCDs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice to hear that. Okay, thanks, Josh. Okay, let's move on to our most experienced user of BHTOM, who will give us very good feedback, I'm sure. Staszek Zola.
Thank you very much. I'm Staszek Zola. I work for the Jagiellonian University, the oldest university in Poland, same as Sebastian already mentioned. And I'd like to thank all the organizers. They accepted me. They knew I would be complaining again. Still, I'm here. And two previous talks, which gave a good background for my talk. I divided it into three parts. And I changed the title after this talk. And yesterday, talked to Przemek. My previous title was not relevant to the situations which we have now. This is something tricky. How to move it?
Yes, Pastor, you need to give me the control pad. Try now.
It works. The division into three parts is the same as it used to be. I would like to briefly describe the setup and the hardware and the software, which I'm using for getting the data. Then I will complain about BHTOM1. And some complaints will be, I believe, also relevant to BHTOM2. And a year ago, I was talking about OG287 laser, and I would like to give a follow-up what happened during the last year. I finished this with that we will have to go to the Blackboard to write another model for this target. So with equipment, this is our observatory and our new telescope. I tried to robotize the old one. This will be also Lukasz's answer to your question. I make it fully remotely operational, but making it fully robotized, it would involve a huge cost. Therefore, I prefer to buy a new one, and this is the new one. This is CPK 500, which is from the beginning fully robotic, working on the Skynet robotic network software. Just before the pandemic, we commissioned it, and our students had a chance to have doing observations without any interruption during the COVID time. As Sebastian said, we have plans to move it to a better site. our site is heavily light quality. One option is the Lukasz Observatory, but I'm not that sure that we will go there. Our dome is waiting for installment since for 2 years now. Battery is complaining that they have to store our dome, but the observatory is not ready for installing it. This is our hardware and the look of our telescope. Currently, it's not operational because the dome crashed. We have 7 filters. These are BRI and stronger filters. We have the only stronger filters in the Skynet network. Last year, I was describing the server part of the Skynet. This time, I would like to pay more attention to the client part, which is the data gathering computer, which every observer, every telescope joining as a partner of the Skynet network has to run. The owner of the telescope is fully responsible for its configuration. I won't describe in detail, because there is not much time left, about the configuration. If anyone is interested, please ask me during some break. This is what usually the observer sees. This is the live status of the network. You can choose a telescope, and observer only interacts with the web API of the server, which is in UNC, chapter 3. What you see in the data gathering computer is this crowded screen, many programs running, so I divide them into 2. The weather sensor software, you have to have weather station and cloud sensor. That's what you see here. Cumulus is the software for taking data from the weather station, and the other part of the software is called Weatherman, of course. Then the other part provides you numbers for Weatherman. And this software decides whether it's clear, it's safe over the dome, or it's dangerous and should be closed. We have also all-sky camera, and this is the screenshot from the cloud sensor. The other part is hardware control. It is done by Ascom Hub. So everything runs on Windows, unfortunately. But usually it works flawlessly for about a month, and then you have to restart everything from scratch. Then it keeps running for a month, and so on. And you have to keep doing like this. If there is Skynet, then of course there is also a Terminator. Terminator is the software which controls everything and communicates with the server in UNC. All other software is usually purchased with your hardware. So we have Planeway software, and we also MaxDL. This is the other software which is only used for controlling the CCD, nothing else. Now, what to do with the telescope in such an awful conditions? Answer for you, Lukasz, get it robotized. What you see here is again supernovae in M101, and all the points that you can see, except for maybe 5%, are taken with our telescope. Lukasz said 30 nights. 30 nights is up to here. And the run began at the beginning of June. And this is the last points when the dome crashed. Just a few points were taken by other observers. Everything else has been gathered with our telescope in this awful Central Europe weather conditions. When I estimated what's the gain you would get for this kind of monitoring we do for Gaia alerts, about a factor of 2, providing that you would have observer for every night, and I did this myself. Before vacation, I ran a job which was supposed to run every night. Then there was a conference, a big conference in Krakow. I forgot about this. And when I returned from vacation, I checked the points. There were so many points, like 2,500 points taken. And this will, I will come back now to my complaints. It is still there. There is a redirection issue when you have run into timeout. If you on the main page, this is okay. You will know that this is, you have to reload in, and then but otherwise, if you somewhere deeper, you will see something which is on the left side, and no clue what's going on. Of course, still this interface is painfully slow, and this is also the source of several errors which I show in a second. Well, this is also mea culpa. I was supposed to provide a server for this. I got the servers, but there is no manpower to port this on this new server. Now, there are some issues which are going to be gone. Here you can see data for one of the targets. Same instrument, same filter, and then you got an offset. The reason is obvious. The BHTOM switched from one calibration database to another one, but this stays forever. I thought it should be recalibrated, so for some time it's still there. So it looks like this. Then what you have are incorrect filters, which I assigned for your data. We started with B filter, then it was gone. Instead, G filter has been calibrated as the best match. We don't have, actually we do have G filter, but it's on the shelf, not in the telescope. Przemek actually asked me whether we have G filter. That was my answer. Then another problem. You might take a look here, where there are two runs from one night. Same setup, same equipment, same instrumentation. There are two filters are assigned: R, wideband, and R, slow. What's the difference between these two runs? There were two jobs. One hadn't finished yet with shorter exposure times. There was another one with longer exposure times, and this is the only difference. And different filters were assigned. So this has to be fixed. If it's, I believe it still will be BHTOM2. Then there was a good news yesterday. We are supposed to have good error diagnostics. And what the hell is this? This is Gaia 23 PAP. It has an entry in BHTOM. Then I uploaded the files, and I got error, which is here. CPS error, unknown I1 even ID. Why is that? Przemek is not here? Okay, I will ask you.
But I know, I can tell you.
Okay. This is about observer's mistakes. As I said, partly this is because so slow interface, I don't want to waste time, so I try to do something else. I'm old, then I forgot what I did, and sometimes observations are uploaded with the wrong telescope or wrong target. The latter is not so often. But to my surprise, it did reduce well a target from another hemisphere, which was supposed to be, which was actually observed with the telescope in the USA, but was submitted as with our site. It did well, but I'm not so sure if everything is okay. I don't know what the underlying layers do. Is there any extinction coefficients taken or something like that? Probably not, but this is the source of uncertainty for observers. And finally, and I will go through this very quickly. For those who do not know what OGLE-287 is, it's a blazar. It's one of the best candidates to host a supermassive binary black hole system. These are the parameters. This is the model. Very quickly, I described this a year ago, and probably everyone had a chance to look at the news from the beginning of this year and end of last year. That some of this, there was supposed to be an outburst, one of the big ones, in fall 22. It was not observed. The Gaia workshop was just before the time it should be seen. Instead, it was in a very, the target was in a very low deep state. I got interested in this target in 2006. First, I was doing observations with manual telescope along with my colleagues. Then I switched to robotic telescopes. With this, because they are located on 4 continents, I could do everyday observations. This is one of the densely covered light Earth. Since 2015, almost every day, except from the summer gap, you have observations taken in R filter, sometimes with the colors as well. Because this flow was not seen, the bad thing was that Mauri Valtonen, the person who refined the original Lecton model, insisted to put a reprint, a manuscript into archives. People got interest. Usually there were a few papers every year, but this year we already have 17 works which try to deal with this situation. Stefani Komosa argues that this standard model, now this was the only model which explained these big flares, should have been invalidated. Should have derived a new mass for the more massive binary, supermassive, for the more massive black hole, and she recognized another flare as the big one. Anyway, these papers try to revive some other models like mechanisms going on in the jet, processing jet, and some other refinement. This is the history, and now I would like to present a new model, which is still in referee phase. Zwieger-Meyer produced a model which has essentially one improvement or change compared to the standard model, which is here. They accounted for gravitation of the equation disk, which was neglected in the standard model. What they got is a time shift of the big flare by more than a year. It was supposed to be, again, in summer this year. If it was late within this uncertainty, we should have seen it. What I see, I maintain this web page and did most of the observations. It was the drop in brightness. So the model, with this data, the model of Zwieger-Meyer is not invalidated, but it's not confirmed either. It remains to be seen, because Mauri returned back to his original summer time for this big break, and there is argument going on, discussion going on, how this should be treated. And I realized that with my age, I was witnessing two revolutions. One was when we purchased the first PC computer to our observatory. I was sent with a driver to Warsaw to bring it. Now this is AI. It's shown in the first talk. Now I ask this version is BART, Google BART. What's the importance of the Gaia alerts? And this is what it has presented. It's kind of important because AI is used when you apply for a job. So before you get to the interview, they put all the applications through AI, very biased. And the good news is that it's very optimistic, so you may use it for another fund application. I mean, not this one, but any kind of AI corrected. And this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Staszek. And I think we will stop here and move the discussion to coffee break. Right? Thank you all, and see you 15 past 11. Okay? Wszystko ci wytłumaczę. Tak.
Hello, just testing the sound. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello. Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. We're testing the sound because we have slight issues on the.
Nada.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
I apologize for everyone on Zoom, the rest of the Zoom, but we are trying to see how the sound in
See, it's very
the.
hard to grasp, and it was much better yesterday.
Actually, that's even not long my career. So just my colleague, he has the office witness in front of me.
It sounds like it's just being pushed into a mono, like a single line. So,
You think there is a problem with the cable?
was it the same yesterday?
Yeah.
That's
Nothing changed since yesterday, right?
Nothing changed. So you left it as you.
Yeah, Nada, try again.
Okay. I hope this is better. I don't know. Maybe you know what? Maybe because I saw that there were two cables, so maybe we used the other one yesterday.
So by phone or email, we were saying that.
I don't think I can understand you, actually. It's so bad.
For instance,
That's no problem. It was really hard to understand.
You can play if you want. Feel free to, change things.
Actually, in our part, the Eric was involved. It's not to walk here.
And okay. So I know
Because I'm on mute. I have to mute.
Hello? Wait, are you muted? Let
Tak. I teraz muszę ci tutaj dać. I tyle, ile masz czasu? Masz 15 minut, okej?
Musi świecić na czerwono, czy to jest dobrze?
Okay, welcome after the coffee break, a short coffee break. Let's now move to extragalactic transients and interesting stuff. Mariusz Gromadzki.
Hello, first I would like to thank Lukasz for invitation to be here. And he asked me to, long time ago when he started organizing that, he asked me to give the talk about OGLE ePESSTO Plus. This is so it looks like a little bit strange, weird combination, but for me it is fascinating. This is the main project I'm employing. Okay, so we have the photo. Which is posted on my Facebook, and this is taken in December 2019. And here you have me and Krzysztof Rybicki, who is a person very related with optical and ORP, and he was the former PhD student of Lukasz. And I was finished my other run, and Chris replaced me. And here we have the other mountain. Unfortunately, the resolution of the screen is not enough to see, but here we have the LAMOST Observatory, and in LAMOST Observatory you have the NTT telescope where they run the ePESSTO Plus project now. And in this time, exactly in this time, in this mountain was two persons, Nada Ihanet and Thomas Wavers. So this is the photo of 4 of us. Okay, first let's talk about OGLE. Today there will be talk given by Paweł Zieliński. OGLE 30 years after first microlensing event, so I will not talk much about the microlensing event. I just made the, I hope, the smart introduction to the Paweł long seminar talk. Okay, as all good projects, it starts from the idea fixed in 1996 when Bogdan Paczynski published a paper about the prediction of the appearing microlensing events, and in this paper he computed the shape of the microlensing event, and he also proposed that massive photometric survey which will observe the huge area of the sky should discover such events. And in 1993 there was started a project led by Andrzej Ludarski, the OGLE project, which means optical gravitational lens experiment, and 1 year later, the first microlensing event was published. This is the one of the example. I think this is not the first one. So OGLE started as a proposal, which is like a couple of weeks on the SWOP telescopes starting in 1992, and it lasts for 1995. And in 1996, Warsaw got the funds for building their own telescope, 1.3 meters in Las Campanas, which is one of the best sites in this planet. And starts the second phase of the project. Then 4 years later, they replaced camera for the better one. And after 10 years, constantly they also the observed field was also increasing. And 10 years later, the camera which covers almost all available plane was made by Ludarski and Szymański and was delivered to the Las Campanas, mounted there, and it's operated all time. It's operated mostly into 2 bands, V and I bands, and this is the 32. In this time, this is the one of the biggest astronomical camera, which is I think even not in the first time. Okay, so with this camera, you see how the progress looks like. The bigger camera, the more sky was covered, and more data was processed, and in the current last phase, which is almost a quarter of billion pixels, and the sky area is over 3.5 square degree. And the data flow is huge, and it's 2 billion stars observed. And it starts just from the bulge. There was the galactic bulge plus it's only the inner part in this case, and there was area was increased. So I show the camera now. You see the size. The camera cover 1.2 square degree, and this is how it looks like. And this is the comparison with the model. Okay, this is the coverage of the sky. We cover all galactic plane with almost 10 degree, and we are concentrated very much on the patch. Most of the observation was the patch and the Magellanic clouds. There is also a project which is covered the ecliptic, looking for some lunar bodies in the solar system. Okay. This is how it looks like. This is the photo taken by Yuri Belecki. Here you have our telescope and the control room there. Everything was controlled remotely. We have the observer there mostly for the data quality check and the reaction for the unusual situation which from time to time could happen. We sometimes lose the communication. There was the power cutoff, and so you need the person who reacts very fast. And especially the quality data check was very important, because if you have some clouds and the flags decrease like 50%, we don't save such images. Such images are not analyzed, and we just collect only good data in Google. We are not struggle with the quality data. Okay, and this picture was taken by Martin Brona. He put it 2 days ago on the Facebook. This is made from inside of the dome, and here you have the large Magellanic clouds, and this is the smaller Magellanic clouds here. This is how it operates 2 days ago. Okay, what is very important in case of the OGLE introduced the business, the differential image analysis, which is working this way that first few weeks, months of the operation of the telescopes, we gather the best images to make the template image, and then we use this template image to remove from the current observation. After such operation, we have just residuals of the object which shows the variability. This is the best way to find everything which is changing its brightness. And now this method was used by every modern service like Atlas, ZDF. Everybody uses differential image analysis to discover changes. Okay, Andrzej Lukasz like to say about OGLE that OGLE is the science factor, and in this first paper, Paczynski also stated that even if we find any of microlensing events, we collect a lot of data which allow us to study, discover the new variable stars. And in OGLE, within these 30 years, produce a lot of catalogs of the different types of the object. Most likely, this paper was led by Igor Soszyński and Paweł Zieliński, and this is allowed for the more complex period luminosity relation that you have, and this is the cover from very short time scales like delta Scuti shows to the time scales which is appears in the large secondary period. And this is the I just give this subjective highlights of the science discovery, because we have the Paweł talk soon, and Philip talk in more details, and we talk maybe slightly more about the microlensing as well. So I think this is the very important output, despite of the microlensing and the other conclusions connected with the discovery and the frequency of the microlensing events. Okay, I showed this picture here. I think this week was the paper published about the Gaia discovery of this rotation curve should bend somewhere here. This is our analysis using our data made by Przemek Bruce, published in 2019. Just to recall that we also have a very important impact. this issue. Okay, next thing is the structure and structure of the galaxy using the SFX stars. The paper was made by Dorota Scotland, published 4 years ago, and here you have the amazing results. The paper was published in Science, and so, yeah, this is the very important discovery made by our project. Okay, and I think this is one of the last my highlights. This is the Igor paper. This is about the longitudinal secondary period. Here you have the I-band data collected by OGLE telescope, and you see the main period, which is long, and you see the small period, which has the scale like 50, 60 days, 100, and you have the much longer, like few hundreds days period. And this is the object from the Magellanic Clouds, exactly large Magellanic Clouds. And in case of the WISE satellites, then WISE satellites scan the sky and just move, and up in the place where is the Magellanic Clouds, there is the orbits are crossed. And for these orbits, actually you have the like one point for equatorial things, we have like 1 point every half a year. And in case of the Magellanic Clouds, we have the more points. And you just use this data from the WISE, and he discovered that this data shows the additional minimum connected with the presence of the second body, and he interpreted this that besides of the red giants in the system is the low mass object surrounded by dust clouds, which is made during the orbital motion by some kind of the eclipses. And based on these results, this is the story which is not finished. We have the program on the monitoring program on the US. We observe spectroscopically these targets, and we collect 2 epochs now, and I'm using this data. And Dorota Scotland, I showed he made this works with the galactic structure. She's now PI of the ERC starting grant connected with that, and I help her. Okay, this is the last discovery, free floating black hole. The OGLE data was also used for the analysis. This is the microlensing events, and it was the astrometry from the Hubble telescopes, and there was plenty of paper to complete the paper, and both the OGLE data was used, and later the OGLE data was reprocessed, and the astrometry using the OGLE data was done by Przemek Rus, and this is the paper which is submitted the objects. The object which caused the microlensing event has mass from 4 to 7. So Lukasz, confirm. Okay, so we also work with Lukasz on transients. In the beginning, actually, of the OGLE 4, Lukasz developed the pipeline and start to searching for the extragalactic transient in the region of the Magellanic Clouds. We observe very wide region around the Magellanic Clouds. And when I joined the Warsaw in 2017, I started Lukasz to do this analysis, and actually we stopped this when the pandemic will start, and they closed the Las Campanas observatory for almost 1 year. And after pandemic, there is no sense to looking transient in the southern sky by us, because there was the Atlas project starts there, and they scan the whole sky including the Magellanic regions. Okay, this is just summary. The most of things I said before, so just I would like to emphasize that in this case we OGLE provide very high precision for millimagnitudes. The precision, the capacity for the OGLE data, and this is some post-pandemic reality facts. Okay, we got on the sky in August 2020. There was the mission rescue mission, we used to call it. Michał Szymański, Andrzej Udarski, and Janek Skowron goes there, and they just clean everything, start the electronics again, check that there is no any mechanical fluctuations, and the observation will start. In my this year, we have the aluminization of the mirror, also the last campanas. We have the gravel roads to our telescope, but now we have the tarmac roads, which is reduce the dust around there. And we also, at the beginning of 2020, change our strategy. We start to observe high region of the bulge with lower cadence, and we just narrow the regions around the Magellanic Clouds, and we start to the high cadence observation there. And we also have the high cadence observation in the galactic plane. Every 4 or 5 days we observe two tires in the galactic plane with cadence like few minutes, and it was saying that we have some nice discovery using this high cadence data. Okay, so we stopped looking for the transient in the Magellanic Clouds fields, and most likely we start to search for the transient using these big bulge tires, and we also bought new filters, G and Z-band sound filters, and they will be put on the telescope somewhere in the future. Okay, and this is just summary the part about the OGLE project. So this is how our knowledge about the eclipsing binaries in the towards the galactic bulge looks in 1991, and this is the picture we have now. Okay, so high time to speak about my other project, the ePESSTO Plus. And so ePESSTO means Public ESO Spectroscopic Survey of the Transient Object. It starts in 2012. Okay, I just mix up the numbers. It is 2017. Okay, and PI was sorry for that. PI was Steven Smart, and when the public survey was changed, we applied for the large program, and next 2 years we have the large program, and then it's called extended PESSTO, and then we changed PI. PI was the Cosimo Inserra. He will be next speaker and talk about more about the science, more about the synergy of the ePESSTO and black hole TOM. So this is the first large program. There was the pandemic. There was the plan to put the new instrument there, son of X shooter, which will be slightly different instrument than one used now. We use the EFOSC, isofind object spectrograph camera, and it's quite low resolution. It's like a universal instrument, but we use mostly the low resolution gratings 13 for which has a resolution like 3000 for the classification, and we use the gratings 11 and 16 for follow-up later, and also use the higher resolution gratings 18 and 20. I think the resolution is like 2000 in the case of the last one. We started using 2019. And we also used SOFI for near-infrared images and the spectroscopy, but now SOFI was decommissioned and taken off from the telescopes, making place for the SOX. And instruments was mounted on the NTT and Hubble telescope last year, what I mentioned before. Okay, this is the structure. I know that everybody likes these slides because they can just spend like 5 minutes reading these names. This is not important. Okay, but the science board, Lukasz is Lukasz is the part of the science board, and the chief is Joanna Molenda-Zakowicz. I think this is the second person after Cosimo in the collaboration. He's also the observing team manager, which is very good because he works for the ESO, and it's improve the communication very much between collaboration and the ESO, which was the instrument. So this works like that we have plenty of group of the interest. The groups apply for the some short project. And this is very important in case of the follow-up of the object, because people have to have some people to be sure that they use this data properly. And I'm mostly involved in the data disruption events and nuclear transient groups led by Lukasz. And yeah, the group was very nice organized with very lots of nice results using that. Okay, this is just people who just not do much. So this is the most important part, operation team. And in operation team, we have like a target TAT, which is the target Alex team. These people start to work. Okay, I forgot to say that we used to have like 10 nights every month in Asia, in spite of the June and May, June and July, where is the season for the Central Galactic Observation. And we have just divided by three sub-runs, 3 or 4 days, something like that, in every month. And 2 days before the starting such sub-runs, the that group start to work. They go to our platform, Marshall, and they just go. In this case, we have to just clean it, because this is the screenshot was made before the transient. This is usually at least like thousands of the objects delivered by the different surveys like CTF, Atlas. This is the thousands, and we make the cut. We just remove the objects, find them than 20, and they are sometimes knows if they are going begin the right, and they are also in using the infos. So these groups looks on these object sequences like 2-3 person volunteers led by Janet Chang, and they carefully look on this object, look on the light curves, check actually we have some summary here, and they decide what's going to the classification catalog. Here we have like 45 classification catalog, and then we have also the follow-up object here, there, and for follow-up are responsible the PIs. And PIs decide when they need data, what is the priority for this observation and stuff like that, and everything set that, and everything is set in the Marshall, and the observers in 1 day before the observation, they start to make the plan for the observing. Actually, the same night of the observation, they make the plan what to observe. And ideal balance is have some classification, and of course, we try to make the almost all possible follow-ups during the sub-runs. Sometimes it is impossible because there is the problems with the errors of priority, and priority is very important to have proper priority. So, because we are a public survey, we are also the large program, and we are obligated to deliver the reduced product which will be used by people immediately. So there is a few persons like me, Matt Nichols, and FG Kankare, plus Cosimo, and plus Thomas Muller, who is the person responsible for the pipeline, and Cosimo and Thomas was responsible for serving that to ISO, and 3 of us are responsible for reduced error. So we are just doing that every 3 semesters. Okay, and we have a lot of scientific output, and about the scientific output will be talk Cosimo more. So I see that I have to finish almost now. So this is the snapshot. This is one of the main results of our group paper led by Matniko. And this is the PDE events, the closest one observed now, 2019 UI Z, and the nice data. You see the black stuff is from the NTD, the other color from the other telescopes. We have a lot of nice results from the, I would say, fundamental results in this topic from the NTD. Our group from the ePESSTO also apply for the time on the extruder to have the higher resolution view on the events. Okay, and this is the just summary. Okay, this is most likely the last extension we have. Now we are in the period 112, and maybe we also observe the other 2 periods depending on the progress in the source installation. And there is no Sophie. I mentioned about that. We have just EPESSTO now, and we have plenty nights. We have almost half a night until this semester. This is all I would like to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Mariusz. So, thank you, and thanks to this, we still have time for a couple of questions. If there are
Strange objects, what is the value?
Yeah, it's 19.5.
any more questions?
Don't be shy, ask questions.
On Zoom?
I see nada. Okay, yeah, no.
But as Mariusz mentioned, Nada is one of the most active observers on our side from Warsaw side. She's been to Chile many times.
Yeah, and she's blocking most of the stages of the operation. She has also a few times the volunteer in the TAT team. And also Chris, which I showed at the beginning, he observed 2 subrans with me.
I think it's not.
At which side?
Yeah, it's nothing shy to say that ESO, the European Southern Observatory, loves ePESSTO. They really do love it. It means that, they're given extra semesters. It's probably one of the most productive surveys on ESO telescopes. And okay, so thank you, Mariusz. We'll move on to we're going to hear more about ePESSTO from Cosimo Inserra, who is actually the PI of the survey. And Cosimo, let me, I need to stop this. We can't hear you if you're saying anything. Wait a moment, I need to take this out and then move you to the main screen. Okay, if you could share your screen.
I'll try.
Right.
Does it work?
It does. So yes.
Do you see the pesky zoom bar or not?
I think it's my bar.
Okay.
It's okay. No,
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Brilliant.
I'm going to move your face to the screen as well. Just give me a moment.
Oh.
That we can see.
Polling.
Yeah, now we see you. Okay, Cosimo.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much for this opportunity to showcase ePESSTO and our new synergies. And I can actually almost see all of you reflected in a mirror you have on the ceiling. Very interesting. Okay, so without further ado, I will start. First of all, I would like to thank you also, Marius, for the nice introduction to the project. So as mentioned by Marius, ePESSTO Plus, which I'm the PI, is the third version or installment or spawn of ePESSTO, which it was originally an ESO large project started in 2012. And is our third installation, which is another 5 years, has been all of these 5 years, 4.5 years are of large program. 0.5 years was just an in-between extension to catch up with SOC. So those 0.5 were not a large program. So there will no, ideally ESO will not ask to public all the data, but what we like to do is to public no matter what, as a service to the community. As mentioned before, we're being given roughly 100 nights of observation at the 3.6 meter telescope, the new technology telescope at ESO La Silla to observe transits. So in the ePESSTO acronym, that T stands for transients and the O stands for objects. So not only supernovae, but anything, it is an extragalactic transients. So we usually focus on also tidal disruption event, and at times even with anomalous AGN activities, or what they usually call supernova imposters, aka things that look like supernovae, but are actually not the terminal explosions of a stars, but are just a huge release of mass into the cosmos. So why that was important? if you see these plots and you try to track the dash purple lines, you can actually see that with the advent of all sky surveys like the first Palomar Transient factories and pastors, and then moving to the currents and also passing to OGLE and moving to the current Atlas project, the Zwicky Transient Factory, which is the third version of PTF, and also other transient surveys like Gaia itself and Assassin. The number of discoveries has been dramatically increasing in the last 10 years, most in Dublin. We were just at 1,000 roughly discoveries in 2012, and now we are roughly 25,000 confirmed discoveries every year. As you can see, even if you try to convince all the telescopes to give us time in terms of classification, it's really hard to keep up these numbers to get information of what are these extragalactic transits and how can help us to understand better the evolution of stars and the cosmos. So the main things of ePESSTO, one of the two main goals of ePESSTO was try to get this kind of ratio not too far distance in terms of classification versus discoveries up to nowadays. And we have been kind of succeeded because since when we started, which is the first green area, up to now, the ePESSTO Plus, we've been always increasing the number of classification, even with the same amount of time. And that is just because we have become more and more efficient in what we want to do and what we know we want to do. And also, as you can see from these data, we're also very good in getting very early targets, very early, the transits very early, soon after the explosions. And that is pivotal because in the first couple of weeks after the explosions of a supernova, or in the first weeks of a transient happening, the physics at play is completely different to what you can see later on, and gives us far more information about the projector nature of any of these transient objects, which will help us to understand how these evolve with cosmic time. So that is one of the key points of why we started to do with ePESSTO and what we wanted to do. But we also wanted to do some science with it. So we decided there was a few different combination of instruments that could help us. As mentioned by Mariusz, we started with an optical spectrograph and imager, which was ePESSTO, and a near-infrared spectrograph imager, which is the son of Isaac, Sophie, which is not available anymore. But I would like to highlight a little bit one of our some of the new grids we've been using to ePESSTO and ePESSTO Plus. We started with the three standard grids, which are the 13, 11, 16, which basically, if you can see here from the wavelength range and the resolution slit, they give us roughly average resolution over the entire optical electromagnetic spectrum. What we started to do recently is to use what are the high resolution grids for a 4-meter telescope, which can allow us to go down to a resolution of 2 angstrom in regions which are usually covered by Balmer lines. So these are going to be very, very important for either rich supernovae or AGNs or TDs to see if there is any fine structure which can give us information about the geometry or the explosion mechanism or the environment which they are. Just to strengthen this point, if you see the resolution of 2 angstrom is almost at the same level of X shooter. Of course, it is a 4-meter versus an 8-meter, but still is very quite capable of getting velocities down to 10 order of 10 kilometers per second around this area. What drives us in terms of ePESSTO was to try to understand even more and more of the extremes of the transient panorama. If you see these plots, which has been, I think the first version was done by Sri Kulkarni like a decade ago, we have the time scales of the explosions. So this is the time scale in which any transient objects reach the main peak, the maximum brightness since the ideal explosions or the first happening of the event versus the peak of these this luminosity itself. If you see the 1A and the core collapse, they are a very, very focused, very small area in this kind of paradigm. However, what we try to focus in all our extension was to extend this panorama to anything which is beyond the regime of standard normal explosions, going to fast transients, kilonovae, or what they're called intermediate luminous transient, up to the extremes in brightness and duration, which are usually what they're called the tidal disruption event, and these superluminous supernovae, which are very, very bright and very, very long timing. Up to nowadays, we have almost reached 1,500 classification only for ePESSTO Plus. So in the last 3.5 years, we have been follow-ups. So we have been trying to get more scientific, in-depth analysis of 300 objects. And the three extension of ePESSTO up to nowadays have produced 125 papers. And that resonates with what Lukasz was saying about ESO likes us, because we publish their data. We publish the data in an average of roughly 2 years, which is much more efficient than a lot of other large programs and a lot of normal programs that these have it, because they usually average of publication by the last ESO data is around 5 years for any normal program, and only 40% of the data taken with ESO telescope are published in an 8 years time scale. So this is why they like us, and we know the telescope. We've been there for 10 years. We know how to operate. We have trained a lot of scientists and a lot of at time young scientists like myself when I started, and I've become the scientist of nowadays. So that is very efficient, and that is why usually if ESO has some technical nights that don't have to use it, they give back us the nights as they've done before. What's now is different is that now we have a slightly more different time allocation. I will not dwell too much on our tools like the Marshall, because Marius has just given you an overview. Just to tell you, that's one of the corners of our, because allows all of us, because we are more than 250 members across more than 25 countries, to actually cooperate all together, because it allows us to have ad hoc in one place, finding charts, priority, comments, contextual links to any other service, not only ePESSTO. You can actually see here a name of a transient, but you can also see the other names of all the feeder surveys that have also discovered this object. You can see a light curves automatically generated, fetching all the data from all the different sources, and also SCSS images or Pan-STARRS images, together with all the other information about the living transients. And that goes for anything. It could be a classification or a follow-up, even have further layers of information. However, as I mentioned before, the transient panorama is always everlasting changing. It changes rapidly, and we discover a lot of things during the ePESSTO span of life. And some of those were a lot of events which are somewhat similar in their observational point of view, but intrinsically different, because belongs to very different physical scenarios of exploding or possibly not exploding transients. Some of those, basically all of those, we've seen like there are some pre-peak luminosities events in a supernova lifespan time. For example, if you see, this is the famous or infamous 2009 IP event, which it was, the history says it was supposed to classify originally as a supernova in 2009, but it wasn't. It was actually a luminous blue variable eruption. And that goes back to the definition of supernova imposter. And finally, in 2012, we had an even much brighter peak at the same level of any other supernova, even brighter than other supernova. And that's still unclear if that it was a final event of a supernova or not. However, what we discovered that before these, it looked like a supernova explosion, there was a bump or a hump in the light curves. And this kind of pattern has been seen now more than a dozen of times in other similar objects. Another things we discovered across the time is that also these superluminous supernovae, which as you can guess from the name, are much brighter than any supernova, roughly 5 to 100 times brighter than any supernova, with a preference to low luminosity galaxies and low metallicity galaxies. Some of them, they do present also this kind of pre-peak bump, and all in one case we had the color information. It was for this object in this. However, we had color information, but this object was actually redshift 2. So all the color we had, it was very blue color, and also the spectrum didn't show a lot of what we usually see in the optical rest frame. On top of this, recently this year, there's been a tons of events. We actually found that also the prototypical and very mild 1As, they can have this kind of blips in the light curves before the main peak. And thermonuclear 1As are belonging to the thermonuclear explosion. They've been exploited as cosmological standardizable candles. So they're completely different beasts, which should not show anything like this, because they are explosion of white dwarf stars with a red supergiant companion. So one of these possibilities is that the material expelled by the supernova explosion is actually colliding with some of the material lost by the companion. And this could actually inform us on the type of system and also about the ratio between what is usually called single degenerate system and double degenerate system for supernova explosion, where the single degenerate system, this white dwarf, red supergiant, while the double degenerate is two white dwarfs, which will eventually collide each other, creating a supernova explosion. In a similar way, all of these kind of blips, bumps, or whatever the people want to call it, in the light curves, there is some connection with the progenitor activities, because they might be related to material lost by the stars or the companion through winds or eruptions just before, a few years before the event. Or it might be that some of the material before the collapse, in case of a collapse of a core, it was detached, not proper a wind, but it stayed a little bit detached, and that was fairly overcome by the shock to produce into the explosion. So that is basically all the new areas where we're trying to also to investigate with the last part of our ePESSTO Plus campaign, because nowadays our usual observational location that ESA has given us for the last 11 years of roughly 10 to 12 nights across any standard lunation, with usually 3 or 4 nights in dark time and others 6 nights in gray time. Now has been because of the removal of SOFI and the advent of SOX in P113, 114, where you're being given completely different schedule. And now we have a lot of times we have an allocation of 12 nights in a row or 10 nights in a row, which allow us for the first time to try something different. And this something different that now we identified that all of these kind of uncharted areas have some specific in terms of luminosities, have usually a very sharp rise, sharper than any supernova, like 2 magnitude in 2 days in case of the 1A's blip, up to a very shallow but blue rise in case of these precursor event for these core collapse supernovae. While the superluminous supernova bump or blip here is in between these two. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to have these new synergies with the black hole TOM in the fact that every time we see something at the beginning of this, even if it's very faint, that it resembles one of these criteria, and these criteria are able to identify them in the first few days, we are going to get a spectrum no matter what with the NTT, because now we have the power to do it, because we are the telescope basically more than 50% of the time from October to the end of February, and a little bit less in March. So we have the possibility to target systematically any of these without really wasting our time. And the synergy is going to be with black hole TOM is that we will automatically also trigger or ask for observation for BHTOM for 15 days, so we can have a live color of all these events. Because as you can see here, the majority of them, except in one case for the superluminous supernova redshift 2, they were actually single broadband filter. So we do not have a lot of color information. We know that they're blue because at times we've seen the spectra or the color later on when they were fading, they were already blue. So we assume that they were even bluer during the peak. So that opens up complete new possibilities, because these are absolutely uncharted territories, both from a spectral energy distribution point of view and from a spectroscopic point of view, which can give us crucial information about the progenitor system and the progenitor scenario, meaning that if they were single or binary system, the amount of them, and that could intrinsically shed lights in the stellar evolution and the stellar evolution and the stellar population with different kind of environment and as a function of cosmic time, all at the same time. So that's something we've been trying to do for the last 15 years, but with no success. And is one of the new avenue we came together with the use of ePESSTO Plus and BHTOM. With this, I conclude, and I hope I didn't take too much time, because I miniaturized you, so I didn't know if you were telling me to stop.
Thank you very much, Cosimo. Well, I can see that you can see us there. Okay?
Yeah, now I can see. Now I can see you. Sorry.
Yes, I'm here in the view of the camera. Questions to Cosimo? I have one, of course. How do you envisage the communication? Because the time is key here, right? You don't have much time after the discovery until you want the follow-up from us. So ideally, I would foresee some kind of automated, maybe not. I don't know. How do you see it? How would you like to submit your target to our system?
So the idea is that if we have these targets, there is going to be someone which is able to access BHTOM on the Slack channel, because we basically use the Slack channel to the entire nights of observation, and we're using these also with the Atlas team for other projects that they require a 24 hours turnaround, and so far has been working very efficiently, because it's basically they ask us to observe something and we do it. So we can do the same things with BHTOM, something like, as soon as we see these, even if we don't have the spectrum, we can ask for observation, and at the first available night, because we know if we're bounded to one side, it can be bad weather like we have been having the last 2 nights. But in this way, it should be a turnaround of 48 hours, which is still okay for the majority of them.
So
we have one question from online. There is a raised hand from Siegfried.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Sorry.
I understand the first bunch of targets will come during this winter season.
Yeah. The targets are always live. So our feeder surveys are Atlas, ZTF, Gaia, Assassin. So they're already there. So they never stop. This winter, it will become this kind of new synergies, combining our spectra with requests to black hole TOM.
Okay. So they will be in the list of targets on black hole TOM. Okay.
Hopefully so.
But the way I see it is, since we have very beautiful API, essentially it's a one-liner command which you can add to your Marshall, and there is just essentially a button, or I don't know, automatically generated link which creates a target, submits it to BHTOM with proper comments and so on, and then essentially with one-line command, this goes into our system, and then we see it. Once we see it, then we start observing it, right? Of course, we can have some kind of additional layer that there is an email going around. It depends how quickly we want to react to this, right? But that's doable, I think.
That could actually work. I mean, you know, the Marshall is full of feature. Having a button where the observer, they can actually press the button, automatically we submit a request to BHTOM. It may not too problematic. It should be very feasible because everybody that is in the team doing these different sciences, it can actually do it without any further communication. And just be sure that via email or via Slack, someone from the BHTOM team has been advertised that this has been done, and to check it if that is true, at least the first times.
Okay, yeah, let's talk details.
It will work. I'll talk with Dave, which is our Marshall manager and guru.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Cosimo. Thank you, and let's move on to the last talk before lunch. How do I do that? Okay, I need to start sharing the screen again and find your talk somewhere. Okay. And there could be, right? Sorry. Sorry, I lost my course. Good mic. And then you need to switch. Okay. Joanna.
Good morning, everybody. In my talk, I would like to tell you what the LAMOST facility is and how it can be useful for studying Gaia science targets and actually any other targets which may be of your interest. LAMOST facility, you can see it in this beautiful scenery. It consists of 3 building blocks. That one on the left and the right house 2 mirrors, a main mirror, which is now on the left, and the correcting mirror. And the middle tower houses the spectrographs. And all this facility is not placed on any rotating platform, which means that the instrument observes stars or other targets, not necessarily stars, which pass the meridian. And if you have never visited the site, I can tell you that it is relatively easy because the CEMO observatory, where LAMOST is located, is very close to Beijing. It's like 150 kilometers or less than 100 miles. And this has advantages and disadvantages. The advantages consist mostly of the fact that it's easily reachable, and the disadvantages, as you can imagine, start from the light pollution, because Beijing is an extremely bright agglomeration, and 150 kilometers is a very short distance when it comes to being happy with the quality of the night sky. But more about LAMOST. As you can see, it has large field of view, 5 degrees, and it can accommodate up to 4,000 objects in one set. Of course, it's not 4,000 stars. Many of those fibers measure also the sky. Anyway, during one set, you can observe many targets which fall in this field of view. And now there are 2 possible spectral resolving powers. This information you can find on the LAMOST official website is not necessarily up to date. So the low resolution is about 1,000, and the medium resolution is 1,800. And you can go down to 20.5 magnitude if you select the low resolution. And what is the most important thing for you, I guess, is that every year LAMOST is providing access to their database, and this happens each March or the beginning of April. And this year, there was a 10th data release, which contains more than 20 million spectra. And if you sum up all the spectra which has been released from other projects in the world, LAMOST provides almost 3 times more, which is a huge, really huge amount, and definitely you will be able to find information or data which are important to you. And among those data, you can find both low-resolution spectra and medium-resolution spectra, and among the latter, you can opt also for time-resolution spectra, which is a relatively new mode, which has been introduced several years ago, not a long time ago. And it is, of course, very useful if you want to study your star in more detail, because it's possible to see it many times and, for example, study its variability. So you can see also that LAMOST provides access to the stellar parameters, and apart from those parameters, you can also find information about chemical analysis, which I tell you a little bit more later. If you wonder where exactly LAMOST is looking at, you can see it in this map. So as it was explained at the beginning, LAMOST can look from the equator, slightly below the equator, up to more or less 45 or 60, and in some exceptional cases, it can go up even to almost 90 degrees. Different colors called plates which have been observed in different years, and the blue, dark blue ones refer to the the oldest plates from the so-called pilot phase also, and the most recent ones are those light orange. So this is a low resolution footprint. And in this figure, you can see the medium resolution footprint. The colors are not the same, so different colors code different years. And also, as you may see or not, because the letters are tiny, the medium resolution spectroscopy started in 2018. What is very important, I guess for you might be important, is not the data release 10, which is available locally, which means to the Chinese scientists and their collaborators, but data release 8, which is publicly available. And if you go to this website, you can get access to all information which is stored in that database. Sorry. And you will end up at this website. It's longer, of course, so that you can search for targets which are interesting to you. And among different concepts, you can, for example, focus on Gaia targets. So there is a direct reference to the Gaia scientific targets. Also, if you use ESA Sky, which provides access to data collected by very many different projects, since last year, I think, you can find there also LAMOST targets. So this is low resolution, medium resolution. So if you select a part of the sky, you can see how many targets from the LAMOST or other projects, of course, fall in this region. And as for data release 10, as I said, this is currently released to domestic and international collaborators. And next year should be available to all the astronomical society. So you may wonder what has happened with data release 9. It exists, but still it's not publicly available. So 8, you can use it even right now. For 9 or 10, you need to wait a year or 2. So let's talk about some details about the LAMOST instrument. So as I said, LAMOST is looking at targets which cross the meridian, and this tower, this building houses the correcting mirror. So the light is coming from the object, and then is reflected by the main spherical mirror, and then from the focal plane goes down to the 16th spectrograph and is recorded on 32 CCDs. Each spectrograph has 2 CCDs, one for the so-called blue arm and the second one for the so-called red arm. Each of those mirrors are constructed of segments, and one of those mirrors, the correcting plate, is flat, the other one is spherical, and both of those mirrors use also adaptive optics, which allow to track the targets up to 2.5 hours when it's crossing, the target is crossing the meridian. Of course, the fibers, as I will show you in a second, also can follow the target. And a photo of those mirrors you can see in this slide. So the mirror A, which is a flat correcting mirror, is up there, is down, and the main mirror, the spherical mirror, is up. And according to the LAMOST policy, they find it very needed to make the instrument as efficient as possible, which means that every year several of those mirrors are replaced. Well, they are physically replaced. And the number of mirrors, I don't remember exactly. However, each summer the instrument is not working, and during that time, those technical maintenance is being carried. So this is the focal plane. All those 4,000 fibers are attached to this facility. And as you might have noticed, there are some holes, which you can see also if you, for example, download observations from one so-called lake. You will see that the field has these empty holes, and in general, it's not practiced that you observe the whole field, because it is very complicated to assign a fiber to a target. So when the field is fixed, it's almost 100% sure that you will not have data for those objects which fall in this empty field, because the instrument will not move a little bit, only to observe stars which are here. If those stars were so important, you should have been told it before. And each fiber has a field of view in which it can move. So this field of view is about 3 arc seconds diameter. So it can also track the target when it is passing the meridian. And different fibers slightly overlap. So if it is very important or needed, they can also enter the field of view of the other fiber. You can see this fiber positioning unit in this photo, and you can take a look on these graphics which show how it's constructed. So as I said, in this middle tower there are 16 spectrographs and 32 CCDs. You can see 2 photos from that part of the building, and also the red camera and blue camera. So when the light is arriving at the beam splitter, 2 different beams are directed to these 2 cameras. Thanks to this adaptive optics, it's possible to make the otherwise blurry and irregular images of stars looking very nicely. So this is an example what it might look like if you don't have that adaptive system, and what it looks like when you use it. And also, if you are interested what is the shape of those objects, of course in spectroscopy you don't see it. The end user obtains a spectrum. You can see that it can be very, very nice. The single site, as I said, is close to Beijing. However, it's not as bad as you may think. So the weather is quite stable. So daily temperature differences are less than 12 Celsius degrees. However, Xinglong is located in the mountains, so it can be very cold and very hot there. It's not a very windy place, fortunately. And as for average relative humidity, it's about 57%. All those parameters are important for the performance of instruments. That's why it's needed to be sure that the weather is rather stable. And also, the number of observing nights at that site is quite high. It's about 200 nights per year. Each month, the number of available observable hours is different, of course, and the lowest number is during summer. But as I said before, during summer, LAMOST is not observing anyway, which is slightly unfortunate for those who want to observe targets that are visible in summer. But this is what it is. This break lasts 2.5 months or something like that, which means that you need to prepare for this break and observe before or after this break, if possible. As for seeing, it's not excellent, and the typical number is 1.7, 1.8 maybe. However, the scatter is quite large, as you can see, so I would expect that something about 2 or even more can be the weather conditions which would have to face. And the brightness, of course, range is very close, and these data are very recent. I didn't find more recent information, but even from 1996 to 2004, you can see that the sky is getting brighter and brighter. And I don't expect that today it is better than 2004. Okay, so now some scientific results. Again, these 2 footprints which show you where exactly LAMOST was looking at. And as an overview of different kinds of spectra which have been collected. So star spectra, from hot stars to very cool stars, white dwarfs, galaxies, and quasars. And again, a summary of data and atmospheric parameters which have been derived until 2022. So you can see the key diagram, log G, log TF, and some histograms showing average properties of those targets. And if you remember from the last slide, I showed you that in the LAMOST database there are some hot stars and very cool stars. And you may wonder what has happened with those stars. Is those parameters for the hot stars, for example, easily available? So the answer is no, they're not. This, what you can see in this figure, and what you can easily download from the LAMOST database, is the result of the official LAMOST pipeline, which provides atmospheric parameters of stars which are hotter than 3,500 and cooler than 8,500. There are some other dedicated pipelines and programs which focus on, for example, hotter stars, but these are not included as far as I know, because it's may change. But these are not included in the database. So this is the LAMOST official pipeline and the results. Apart from those atmospheric parameters, you can also find information about abundances of very many elements. And this one is a very nice example of the discovery of the most lithium-rich giant. And that star was discovered in the low-resolution spectroscopy. But by that time, it was not so certain because the low-resolution spectroscopy was really low resolution. So there was some hint that this is a very lithium-rich star. In medium-resolution spectroscopy, it was clear that indeed that hint was correct. Anyway, LAMOST is focusing on two main scientific programs, which consist of the study of our galaxy and extragalactic objects. And this is why the most important, the biggest, in the sense of the volume project of this instrument are atmospheric parameters and chemical abundances, and then only you can work on some more detailed project. So what we did, we started to observe the Kepler field, the original Kepler field. It was in 2011, with the aim of providing atmospheric parameters for as many stars as possible. And it took us several years. So this table is summarizing our efforts. We started in 2011, which is not included there because the first spectra were of not that high quality. And we ended up in 2018 with a total spectra of more than 200,000 and parameters for slightly less than 200,000 stars. These different colors show parameters for stars observed with the LAMOST field, stars which fall actually on the Kepler CCDs, and the green ones are those which fall on the LAMOST so-called plates. They are not plates, they are just sets of the fibers that they call it plates. And also for the green stars, we provided the atmospheric parameters. Then we continued with K2, and also we worked on the original Kepler field, but in the time domain, just to see how it works and what else can be derived from those data. So for our purposes, we derived atmospheric parameters more manually, so to speak, than is done by the LAMOST pipeline, which took us a huge amount of time. And we had different purposes. For example, we studied also those lithium-rich stars, and we found that first of all, there is quite a lot of stars which show high or very high lithium abundance and were never detected before. So this is what you can find relatively easily in those data. And that can be used for different purposes. What we did was a search for some young objects. Of course, in the original Kepler field, no one expected young objects, and we didn't find any. But it shows that this data can be analyzed with different purposes. What we found that the percentage of stars or giants with high lithium abundance is much higher than expected or known from the literature. And as far as I know, it's still an open question why some giants have that high abundance of lithium. And of course, when you have a time series, you can study spectroscopic binaries. What we did, we computed cross-correlation functions in blue and red arm separately. In general, the blue arm is slightly worse in the sense of quality. However, for this target, you can easily see that the results are consistent and clearly visible. It's an SB2 star. And in order to show that these results are reliable, we show several examples of how our computations, how our observations compare with literature data. So this is one of our targets. The blue and red points are from the literature, from Homina and collaborators, and the LAMOST data for the main component and the secondary component are with black surface field or empty. And this is a point of conjunction when we can see only one peak in the cross-correlation spectrum. And this is another example of a fainter target. Again, for the main component, the brighter star, our observations agree very well with the literature. For the fainter star, of course, we have much bigger errors, but the agreement with the computed life curve, radial velocity curve, and the literature is very nice. And again, we have quite a lot of measurements in the conjunction, which of course was not done on purpose. It just happened. So all these, I am about to finish. So all these results you can find also in the LAMOST database. Of course, not exactly the same numbers. But what I want to stress is that when you want to work on significant amount of stars, like the whole Kepler field, you cannot compete with the Chinese in the discipline of how fast you derive the parameters, who will be first. You will never be first. Unless you use your dedicated pipeline. But then you will not compete with the Chinese, because if you want to work on a huge amount of data, you have to work with Chinese. This is a rule of using that data. So if you want to work on one target, there is no problem. If you want to work on 10 or 100 targets, there is no problem. But if you want to work on 10,000 targets, there is a problem. You have to be in collaboration. So obviously our dynamic cannot compete with Chinese. And one thing they don't do, as far as I know, as usually it may teach, but they are not studying chromospheric activity of stars, and this is the niche in which we wanted to go and explore it. So, analyzing LAMOST spectra, you can compute two kinds of indices which provide information about the chromospheric activity, chromospheric emission or accretion, and then you can select targets which seem to be interesting. Those stars in this figure have some numbers. And then if you want to study that targets in more detail, you need to continue with another instrument. And this is what we are going to do now. So we have different kind of interesting targets, not only those which are active, but also some interesting spectroscopic binaries. And we are going to observe them with other instruments. This is, of course, the observatory in La Palma, but it's just an illustrative photo. We, in general, want to use different instruments which are located on the northern hemisphere, because we focus on the original Kepler field, which can be observed from the northern hemisphere. But it's a suggestion for you that if you want to find some interesting information for Gaia-sized targets, you can find them in the LAMOST database, and then you may want to follow them with different instruments on your own way. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anna. Thank you. Are there questions or Paweł? One question and then
yes, short question. Paweł Zieliński from Current. Very nice results from this interesting project, and I would like to ask you about the fraction of the lithium-rich giants with exoplanets, because one of the explanations for the lithium enrichment in the atmospheres of red giants is the engulfment of the planetary material, the rocky material. Rocky planets can deliver the lithium to the atmospheres of the giants. So do you know how many of them are planetary host giants?
I don't know.
just one doesn't work.
We didn't check that. Definitely some of them have planets, but the number of these lithium-rich giants which we found was quite low. So I would say some of them definitely have planets. We didn't check that. Many of those stars are quite faint, so we simply don't know if they have planets. Anyway, this theory which you proposed is one of several.
Yes, sure.
So I would say probably yes, but for those stars we have very limited knowledge about their possible planets.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anna, and thank you to all the speakers in this session, the morning session, and let's go for lunch. But before that, I need to set up one slide from Nada. You can come around here, Nada, and start speaking while I put up this slide.
Yeah, so this is regarding the Friday trip that, like, some people, I mean, maybe you have heard of it, or, well, yeah, so the current plan is that we have a not really yet planned trip, but an option for a trip if you would be interested. So it's a trip it's a 7 or to 8 hours trip to Warsaw with a boat, and it's yeah.
It's coming.
Yes.
It's coming.
So I found really nice software, at least I think so. And the question now is, so first to explain, right? It's the start would be from Valletta, so we are not here, so on the other side. It's 8 hours. The price is 30 euros per person. I can also share the link on the Slack after. And so we would go with the boat and go to Comino, which is an island, also northern side of Malta. Then they offer photo stop and also time for swimming. Then also trip to Blue Lagoon, which is in Warsaw, I believe. And then the visit these caves, use the water slide and swim and everything, and then we would come back to Valletta. This would be on Friday, so the question is, we would need to know who would be interested in this, who's even staying on Friday, because I know that some people are traveling already. The start would be, either at 10 or 11:30, which we can also then discuss with with the group who wants to go. I guess this is more or less it.
How about lunch?
Yeah, so the lunch we would have to bring our own lunch. They do offer to buy some food there, but from what I saw, it's more, snacks like chips and.
Because we have lunch guaranteed here.
So.
Maybe they can pack you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
On the boat.
Or switch to dinner.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have to discuss this. If there's many people interested in
Yes.
joining this, then we can discuss with the hotel.
Yeah, this really depends on who wants to join.
There is any minimum participants?
Sorry?
There is any minimum
No,
amount of
no,
participants?
no.
So it doesn't matter whether it's 5 people or 20.
No, it doesn't because.
How many people they fit on a boat?
Yeah, so I checked
What's the
now,
maximum?
just now, yeah, so I did check for 25 people. They still have availability, but it does say on the webpage that, there's a chance that the availability will get lower and lower, which makes sense. So we would have to kind of book this, as soon as possible, today or tomorrow morning. So yeah, that's because I was also checking for trips in Malta, but most of them require, travel with a car around Malta, and they don't offer this for 30 people. That is
It's 8 hours.
Yes, so this is almost a full day.
Yeah. Okay.
They are also, I did find options for shorter, but the problem is that none of them was from Valletta. Everything was from the northern side of the island, so we would have to go with the public transportation there, and then that I don't think that's doable.
So this one starts from not from the city center. But
No, so
there's a ferry, right?
There's a ferry, yes, and from what I heard, and I think some of you have used this now. I've heard that it's really reliable, on time, and really nice price as well. So yeah.
Okay, so I will. This sounds great, but also we have. I think Friday is probably the only time we have time for some more focused group meetings. We don't have this room anymore for Friday, unless we really need that. Then we could try booking it. But generally, the idea for Friday is for people who stay. Is that we have either focus meetings somewhere in a coffee, or we can even have a focus meeting on a boat. Why not? Right? That might work as well. There is probably internet all the time. So yeah, that's another option. But also, if especially speaking about kind of hands-on session, let us know as soon as possible if you want to sit with us, so we can find an afternoon today, for example, or some other break to sit together and work. All right. So let's use up the time. So then we can go for a boat on Friday. We have Friday free. Okay. Okay. And then so Nada is the point of contact regarding this. And then we have lunch now upstairs, and we go back here at 2:50. Thank you.
I'm interested just in case. You can count. Mamy epokątkę, is good?
Już momencik. Sorry, no boat trip for Zoom people. Where is it? Where is it?
Jakby był wolny slot, ja bym jeszcze nie wiedziała. To może być...
Jest kilka wolnych slotów.
O, to ja chętnie. Taki wiesz, 5-minutówka.
I assume we can give our stuff
is to identify the problem. Now it works. You have to cut the,
Yeah.
Because when you put close to each other, the microphone
Yeah.
and something will start.
This is the microphone?
Yes, this is the only one that I have.
It's a microphone, yes. So try if you get any signal.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes.
One.
Yeah,
It doesn't work.
but this is, wait.
Which one?
Yeah, no, it's not this one.
Which one is this?
So it doesn't detect it, I think.
It doesn't detect this?
See, look, because if I put this one,
No, this is the sound.
yes, but I just want to test something. I know it's the same thing.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Anyway, it doesn't work now, so we have to start now, so we will do it the way we did it. Okay, we'll try to sort it out in the coffee break. Okay, can you call everyone? Sorry for the delay. We had some technical issues. Just a second, I think everything is working. Just need to move. Hi, Enrique. I'm about to give you the screen in a sec. If you start sharing your screen, then
Yes. Can you see my screen?
yeah, we do. Yeah, let's move forward now. Okay, that's there. Right, okay. Hello everyone, I hope you had a good lunch and sorry for a little delay. So without further ado, we have Enrique Solano telling us about Virtual Observatory. Enrique, please.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon. I hope you all have enjoyed your lunch. Being the first speaker after lunch is always hard, but with a presentation of just 5 minutes, I don't run the risk of you falling asleep. So at least I hope so. So in previous talks and probably in subsequent talks, you have seen and you will see how to properly characterize transient candidates using ground-based follow-up spectroscopic and photometric observations. What we are proposing here is a complementary approach based on already existing archival information. This is an approach that has been used sometime in the past, but there is still plenty of room for improvement. An example of what I'm saying, you can see on the top left, this object, AT 2019, blah, blah, blah. Apparently for this object, there is not spectroscopic information, but if you go to the ESO archive, you will find a spectrum for this object. So the goal of this project is to take advantage of the Virtual Observatory, in particular, to use the opportunities that VO offers in terms of data discovery, data analysis, and data access to improve this approach. And we have tested our methodology, building an automated workflow to validate and characterize candidate cataclysm variables, CVs, identified in the Gaia science alert system. So our input source of information is the Gaia alert archives with more than 23,000 entries. So our workflow basically consists of 3 steps. In the first step, we cross-match the Gaia alert system, the Gaia alert archive, with Gaia data registry, keeping only those objects with good parallaxes, good photometry, and lying in the expected locus for cataclysm variables. So after this, we ended up with 126 candidates
which are the blue dots you can see in this plot. In parallel to this, we also carry out another 2 steps. In step 2, we look for spectroscopic information in all virtual observatory archives containing spectra, keeping only those spectra covering the H-alpha region and where the H-alpha line appear in emission, which is a typical characteristic of a typical indicator of accretion in CVs. So after this, 18 out of our 126 candidates saw this H-alpha in emission. And also, well, CVs are binary objects. So in principle, we should expect a composite spectral distribution. So making use of another VO2 like BOSA, for all our candidates, CV candidates, we built their SED, their spectral distribution. With BOSA, we gather all the photometric information from different VO catalogs, and we fit this observational SED to different collection of theoretical models. So in particular, what we are, the interesting targets here are those objects that show a bad SED fitting with a one body model, but that do show a good fitting using two body models, like you can see here. So after this, we ended up with 21 objects with a composite spectral distribution. So basically, very briefly, this is how our system works. This system is up and running, daily checking new Gaia alerts, trying to find new CV candidates. So this is more or less working well. And next steps are, or the next step is twofold. On one hand, clearly, we need to start a follow-up program, at least for the most promising candidates, to confirm their nature, that they are real CV objects. And in parallel to this, we are exploring other alert systems with many more candidates. For instance, CEST, after a preliminary analysis, after step 1, we have found almost 3,000 candidates, which is a factor more than 20, larger than the number of candidates obtained with Gaia. So I stop here. This is more or less what I wanted to say about our project. Thank you.
Wait, now, thank you. Thank you. Any quick questions? This is very impressive. We all wanted to do that at some point. Nada?
Hi, Nada here. Thank you. Sorry, my question is, did you also try to do this to check if there's any spectra in ISO archive for all the targets, so all the Gaia alerts, or you're focusing just on the CVs? Yes, for all the Gaia alerts, not only those flagged as CV candidates or CV, but all the Gaia alerts, we look for spectroscopic information in all VO archives containing spectra. If the ISO archive is one of those archives. So we look for spectroscopic information for all Gaia alerts, but we kept only those that were interesting for us. But those, including H-alpha and with H-alpha in emission. But the first step was to look for any spectra available in any archive of the Gaia alert objects. Yeah, that's amazing.
Thank you. We would definitely be interested in your findings for all other alerts, because that's the information we need for other research as well. So if you could share that, that would be very convenient. Okay, I don't see any more questions, so thank you, and let's move on for another short talk. Oleksandra, Pyshna, and I have your talk somewhere. Just give me a moment. That's it, right? There, just a second, I need to share the screen. If I find my Zoom somewhere, where is it? Where did it go? Zoom. Okay, share screen. Desktop 2. There it is. And give you the microphone.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oleksandra, and it's a huge honor for me to present for you today. And today I'm going to introduce my project with the title Investigating Gaias and Candidates based on optical data fitting, and to introduce for you some initial results of this work. So basically the problematics of this work, as you might know, there's a huge amount of supernova candidates detected by different surveys, including Gaia, but most of them are left unclassified because to get an accurate classification, we need to get a spectra, and obviously it's not possible to do for each incoming supernova candidate. That's why there is a different approach for trying to classify those supernovas. So it's called the photometric supernova classification. We can divide them in two separate parts, but sometimes they overlap. So there are methods with classifying supernovas with the neural networks. So basically, as it was mentioned yesterday, for example, such brokers as think they're using neural networks to get some kind of probability and score for supernova candidates. But as we've seen yesterday as well, sometimes they give different results, like different brokers can provide us with different results. That's why in my work I'm investigating a little bit different methods, which can be called as model fitting. So it's basically we have a photometric data, a light curve, and we are trying to fit some empirical models of different supernova types and see how well it fits, and maybe to compare some models between each other. So for demonstration today, I've chosen 3 Gaia objects. So the first one, they're confirmed spectroscopically first 8-type supernovas. I've chosen them just to demonstrate how this method works, because we definitely know that those are first type A supernovas. And also the third candidate is a supernova candidate, Gaia supernova candidate. And we know a little bit of initial information provided by neural networks of different programs. So to start with, I will start with a supernova Cosimo. So there's basically 3 types of fitting you can do there, but I've used 2 of them. So the first one is quite well known. It's the fitting with minimizing chi-squared value, and you can see the results of that into the first tables, just under the name of object. And also I used another method, which is fitting with a nested sampling, and you can see the results in the tables below the first tables. And as we can compare, like using a chi-squared minimized method is useful if you want to compare different models relative to each other. For example, we definitely know that for all of those candidates, it's more probable that they're type 1A supernovas, but in the same time, it's not really informative for us, for example, because for the supernova candidate, we have around 71% of being type 1B or C, so it's not really useful and informative in that way, because we can't be sure. But with a nested sampling method, we can use statistical method AIC, and to derive the relative likelihoods from logarithm likelihood, which is provided by Vicknin. And there we can get normalized percentages, which will adapt to around 100%. And as we can see, it works quite well for the spectroscopically classified supernovas, so it's more than 95% of type 1A and less than 10% for another types. But it's also interesting that for this Gaia supernova candidate, we have a 75%, which is exactly the same as estimation, which is done by Broker, but it was done by absolutely different method using neural networks. If I'm not mistaken, they're using supernova package for neural networks. And here on the slide, you can also see the fitted light curves for SM Cosmo 2 models for a Gaia supernova candidate, and also fitted light curves with a MOSFET and readback. And MOSFET and readback is not like a separate method to estimate the probabilities, but it's quite a good addition to check or to get some additional information. So for MOSFET, I use the MC sampler. For readback dynasty sampler, you can see the visualization of dynasty work. And these packages can provide us the possibility to derive some actual physical parameters, not parameters which are just connected to light curve, like for example for SM Cosmo, but actual physical parameters like velocity of ejecta. And it will be quite nice to compare them. For example, it's obvious that if we have more probable model, it will produce some physical parameters which will have less residuals and less probable models, can be seen from the slide as well. And for example, it also can be used as an interesting way to investigate further. Whilst we know the 100% classification of some supernova, we can investigate it further in our study, deriving some physical parameters that would be useful. So in conclusion, I don't see yet this method is as a substitution for neural networks, but it definitely can help to validate the results obtained by neural networks, because as I said before, it's sometimes quite controversial, and maybe in the future we can somehow combine those two methods in order to get more precise results and proceed further with photometric classification with supernova. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions to Oleksandra? Nada.
So I was wondering, how many data points do you need? So not do you need, but how many data points did you use? So photometric points to do this classification. So did you use the whole light curve, or at which stage was this?
Basically, I can show even an example how the results will vary depending on how much photometric points we have, because those are two confirmed types of supernova, but this one, it has much more data points, so it has better probability score in the end. For supernova candidate from Gaia, I used around 10 data points from ZTL, because that's what I found was available for this candidate. But like theoretically thinking, it should be not less than 10, because when we are working with this statistical parameter, AIC, it's not so, it can't work really well with a small sample size. That's why we need to do some corrections. And if we have like 5 points or less, the correction will like make the resultant result not really accurate. That's why it's better as for me to use at least 10 data points if it's possible, of course, to get some accurate estimations, because this statistical test that I'm using is quite hardly dependent on the sample size.
Okay, but I assume they have to be, you use the 10 data points to the whole light curve, right? Not just the
yes, because if we use, for example, imagine some only initial photometric points, it can classify that as, for example, 2 type E with some plateau after it, but we don't have other data points to say that it's actually 1 type A, because we don't have the whole light curve to do that. So to get the most accurate results, of course, it's as much points as is possible are needed.
Cool. I do see that model built into BHTOM. That we click in the models, and then there is multiple band data, and then you can give us probabilities of which type this object belongs to. So we can work on this.
Yeah, I will be working on developing some codes to check all those SM Cosmo models, because there are a huge amount of them, like around 40 or 50, and it's too time consuming to check each of them. But I will work on to do that all automatically and to do some statistical calculations automatically in order to do it faster and to compare some results.
So how long it takes per target?
For some Cosmo models, because it's mostly not physical parameters, but mostly light curve parameters, like the peak of a light curve or, I don't know, amplitude, it takes like a couple of seconds to compute one model. But for most speed and readback, it's Bayesian inference, and it takes quite a lot depending on the model and some values that you fixed before the modeling, if you know them. But for me, it took from 1 hour to a couple of days.
Okay, this is probably not feasible unless we run it in the background, something like this. But the simple one, the SM Cosmo, might be useful for.
And most of my statistical tests are about SM Cosmo, because here we have WAAC statistical parameter, but I've just started working on this project, so I had no time to try to derive something from that parameter. So, but maybe in future I'll do that.
Cool, excellent. Thank you very much, Oleksandra. Thank you. And now let's give the mic to Paweł Zieliński. And I need to switch this to somehow to find his talk. It's not yours. This one is yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wait, I need to find the green button.
The green one, yes. So I will continue the spectroscopic journey about the transients. Okay, it works. It will be about the spectroscopic analysis of our microlensing events, because I am a member of a team led by Lukasz Wyrzykowski, so we are looking for the dark compact lenses in microlensing events. This is our aim. So it will be especially about the microlensing events. You may have heard this talk during the European Astronomical Society meeting this year in Krakow last summer. I work in the context of spectroscopy. I work with Etienne, Lukasz, and Mariusz, but also there are many more people involved in that project. A lot of institutions, observatories. Some of the people listed here are in this room or online, so I would like to thank you for the data, for the observations. And let's start with the question, why do we need spectroscopy? Here we have the examples of 3 Gaia light curves. These are Gaia data. And with this vertical line, I denoted the time of alert for these events, for these transients. So at that time, we are not sure what we are looking at. And we need to do something to decide if we are looking at the microlensing event, which is interesting for us, or we are looking at another type of variability. So for example, we can use some archival photometry, which is implemented already in Black Photon version 2. Some archives, photometric and even radio in radio bands, but also we can use spectroscopic archives. But for many of these transients, there is no spectroscopic data. So that's why we need spectroscopy. We need to have a spectrum to decide at this time if we need to do some follow-up, some monitoring with photometric monitoring or spectroscopic for our events or not, or we can leave it for the others. So this is just to simply select a sample of microlensing events to do the ground-based follow-up. Also, it is important to know that Gaia alerts are usually not classified. Only 1/3 of the alerts are classified. And thanks to the spectroscopic data, we can classify them and we can study in detail these objects. So we can determine the parameters and so on, the distance. And the final aim of this spectroscopic analysis is to determine the distance, which we call the spectroscopic distance, based on the spectra. And this distance is essential in solving the microlensing model of the event. Well, but there are Gaia parallaxes, so why do we need to have another kind of distances? Gaia is great because it delivers a lot of high quality astrometric measurements. So we have proper motions, positions, and also the distances. But here we have some simulation of Gaia measurements, Gaia parallax measurements, for blended source and lens. And red colors indicate where Gaia underestimates the distance and claims less than 50% of the real value. When we assume the typical case for the microlensing event in our galaxy, so this case is marked as this dotted line. So when we have the lens at 4 kiloparsecs and the source is in the bulge at 8 kiloparsecs, so then we can say that that Gaia distances give something around 80% of the real value, even if the source is 10 times brighter than the lens. So it could cause some problems, and we must be aware of that. So to get the data for this spectroscopic study, we use our ORP, optical radio net pilot follow-up network, presented already yesterday by Jerry. And this network delivers a lot of photometric observations that we process in Black Hawthorne, but also we can do some spectroscopic observations thanks to the observing time or on request. So these are some examples. This is not the full list of the instruments we use in our network, but these are some examples, let's say the most efficient examples to do some low resolution spectroscopy. The resolutions are also given on these slides for these instruments. And for the high resolution spectra, we have these three instruments. So Latino telescope, VLT, and SALT. Our sample is something like that. We have more than 500 microlensing events detected by Gaia until now. And for 206 we have gathered the data, spectroscopic data, low and high resolution in total. So here we have the distribution of our microlensing events on the sky. And here we see the Gaia magnitude distribution for our microlensing events. So we see that for some of them, for relatively large number of these events, we can get only low resolution spectra. So that's why we obtained 40 high resolution spectra for 40 objects only. What we can do with that data? These are the examples of the low-res data from SALT, from Liverpool telescope, and from Gemini up north. And just to, by checking, by visual inspection of the prominent features, emission or absorption lines, we can classify the transient, the Gaia alert, and divide this on two groups. Normal stars, which are interested for us because the changes in the brightness in the light curves probably are caused by the microlensing event. And other types of variabilities, like here, we have young stellar object and or B-type star, so the non-microlensing events. So we divide this onto groups. With the high resolution data, we do some kind of absorption line analysis. So for the most interesting objects, we try to get the high resolution spectrum, and then we determine the temperature, surface gravity, metallicity for that sources. And here we have an example of the fitting of the synthetic spectrum, which is red, with to the observed spectrum from X-shooter in that case, which is in blue. Together with the isochrones, some empirical relations, we can estimate the radii, masses, absolute magnitudes, and thanks to the template matching presented on the left side, left block, we can determine the line of sight extinction. So we know the AV, let's say, depending on the bands we are looking at. So in this way, we can estimate the distance from the well-known formula. This is the methodology that we use to determine our spectroscopic distances. And now I would like to show you two examples. The first one was already published last year in 3 papers. The first one is about the spectroscopic analysis of this Gaia 19 BLE microlensing event. So from the synthetic spectrum fitting, we know that based on the shooter data and also some ellipsoidal spectra from Las Cumbres Observatory, 1 meter telescopes, we know that this is bright giant, late type bright giant with relatively high metallicity. Extinction is around 2.2 magnitudes, and the distance to this source was estimated as slightly above 8 kiloparsecs, which is in agreement with the distance given by Baylor-Jones estimations based on the Gaia DR2 data. Gaia DRT and their estimations are the same. So this is a nice example because these two distances agree. And it is reflected also in the quality of the astrometry of the Gaia measurements, because, for example, the uncertainty of the Gaia parallax is relatively okay. And we have also Ruvel parameter, which is renormalized unit weight error. This is kind of quality flag for the astrometric measurements done by Gaia. So when we are close to 1, it is fine according to the documentation of Gaia. And in this case, it looks also fine. So we are our distances agree because also it is reflected in the Ruvel parameter. But there is another example. This is a candidate for the black hole science. Cornell is preparing the paper, is reading this paper. And for this case, based on the synthetic spectrum analysis fitting, we know that this is also a red giant, a very bright giant, late Kate type star, metal poor, and the distance based on that parameters to the source is much larger than taken from the Baylor-Jones papers based on Gaia DR2 or Gaia early DR3 geometric and photogeometric methodology. So this could be a hint that the astrometric measurements given by Gaia are wrong. And it is reflected somehow in Ruwe parameters, which is 1.5, and it is above the limit of tolerance defined by the Gaia team. Deepak team, it is 1.4, the limit. And also the uncertainty of the parallax measurements is relatively big. So this is the worst case. And here I wanted to show you the comparison between our spectroscopic distances on x-axis with the distances from the Baylor-Jones paper based on the geometric and photogeometric data. So the red line, the dashed line, is a one-to-one relation. So we can see that for some cases, for some microlensing events, we are in agreement with the Gaia parallaxes, Gaia distances, but for some of them, and Gaia 18 AJZ is extreme case for the disagreement between our spectroscopic and Gaia distances. But what is also important here, that the uncertainties in our determinations are much better. They are much more precise. We determine in much better way, more precise. Okay, and this is actually my last slide. So I just wanted to emphasize that Gaia is great and delivers a lot of nice data, but for some targets, for example, for some microlensing events, we must be careful when using Gaia distances. That's why we need some independent way of distance estimation, like for example, our spectroscopic methodology, spectroscopic approach. More results will be published soon because we have a lot of interesting targets with spectroscopic and photometric data. We know already that more or less 1/3 of the observed targets are classified as microlensing events. The rest is simply something else, some other variable stars. And we are waiting for Gaia year 4 in the end of 2025, because then the first black hole will be identified with this Gaia sub-milli architecture.
Second black hole.
Sorry, yeah. First thing done by our team. When Gaia sub-milli second astrometry will be available. Sorry. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Paweł.
Let's see this one.
The questions?
Yes. Could you pardon to Gaia 19 decay, the stronger parameter?
What do you mean?
The stronger parameter. Do you calculate it for Gaia 19 decay?
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Yes, actually I checked that, and if I'm not wrong now, if I could remember, Ruwe for parameter for Gaia 19 DKE was close to 1, so it wasn't so bad. The astrometry should be fine from Gaia.
But I have to comment here. This is very misleading. Microlensing events are very tricky, especially in Gaia, because first of all, like the AJZ Paweł showed, there is possibility that the astrometry in Gaia is wrong because there is additional astrometric signal which was not modeled by Gaia. So this is the astrometric microlensing signal. However, in microlensing, you need two bodies, right, to microlensing to happen: the source and then the lens. And most of the cases we study, we try to get rid of the luminous lenses. But most of the microlensing events, you have the luminous lens. So what happens if you have two sources, one at 8 kiloparsecs, the other one at 2 kiloparsecs? They're both luminous. What parallax Gaia measures, right? It's neither the source nor the lens, it's a mixture of it, and then the Ruwe is correct. And actually, Piotr studied this case in his master thesis some time ago, and we found that you can get the distances from Gaia completely wrong, but in microlensing you can disentangle what is the contribution of light from the lens, so you can work it out backwards. But again, this is emphasizing spectroscopic distances even more crucial. So because during microlensing event, you change the ratio of the flux between the lens and the source. And if you take the spectrum at the very peak, then the spectrum is dominated by the source.
At least we assume that.
Well,
it should be like that, yes, but
there was only probably one case where we could see two sets of lines in spectra. But typically there is just the source is magnified. And hence we can measure the distance to the background source, and then we can disentangle using all the combinations of this. So this is extremely crucial, especially for microlensing events. Otherwise, we will never be able to measure things. And the distance of the source, it seems like a useless parameter, but it's not. If you don't know this correctly, then you get all the analysis wrong. So I just wanted to emphasize this. Yeah, any questions?
So measure the line of sight extinction. So do you simultaneously fit model and extinction parameter? I mean, how do you choose the model, or do you choose the first model first?
To estimate the line of sight extinction, we use both low or high resolution spectra, and each shooter is perfect because of the long wavelength range going to the near infrared, right? And we compare this spectra with templates, with theoretical spectra. So we can, as it was presented, could you go back to my presentation?
It's not easy.
That would be fair. So yeah, here. Or here. So we can fit the template spectrum, theoretical spectrum, to the observed spectra. And one slide before, we have a comparison between models with extinction that fits to the observed spectra, that in 2019, and here we have the models without extinction.
But
right?
there may be different models, right?
It can be, but we know the parameters, atmospheric parameters, so we know more or less we can constrain the parameter space for that. So this typically we are in agreement to, I mean, in the context of the extinction, we are in agreement with other studies like Schlafly, Binary, or etc. I think we're quite okay with this estimation.
Okay. Thank you, Paweł.
Thank you.
Let's move on. I'm hiding here because I want to press this button here. Yes, it's Marius Maskoliunas from Vilnius, talking about one peculiar microlensing event and distance determination.
Oh yeah, so I continue with what Paweł started. Actually, also during the microlensing event, we have issues, especially to determine the distance. Since Paweł work mainly based on the spectroscopy, so I usually put attention to the photometry, but it is to can solve our problems. And actually, my astronomers' activity in this microlensing started 4 years ago. Yeah, so I'm also experienced in such as lensing. That my PhD thesis is based on photometry, and so I found myself to what job I can do. Okay, so this is my presentation. This will based on 4 papers. Yes, 3 of them published. Final one is submitted almost 1 month ago. So we're waiting for some results from the astronomy astrophysics. It is close to 1 month, and I hope a referee will be more or less accepted.
Yeah.
Of course, the submission and acceptance, it is gap big, but I hope all together will solve this. Okay, so this is papers where I was almost involved in this. And here it is this final one. This, yes, again. Also. So, by the way, since some of you it is in this room, it is in autos, yes? So it is still while we're waiting for information for astronomy and astrophysics. Some of you maybe would like to include your ORCID number or something like this. And if maybe I do not, somebody send the email for me, for example, yes, and I do not answer. So sorry for me, please send me again. Okay, it's just maybe my mistake, it just happened. So here it is this paper actually, during our investigation, it is our conclusion that it is this lens body, it is white dwarfs. And it is located distance, it is close to 3 kiloparsecs, of course it is errors big. Now mass, of course, it is as well, it is have solar masses, but it is typical mass for majority of a white dwarf. Why white dwarfs it is interesting for us as a source? So here it is the HR diagram based on Gaia data, and it is divided into 3 parts. This diagram, it is thin disk, thick disk, and halogen. And actually we see that it is the sequence of the white dwarfs located here. Yes, so the main sequence here. And actually low density of the stars, of course, low density and low probability for quantum white dwarfs. The idea is distance, vertical distance and magnitude, it is about 10 magnitudes. So actually white dwarfs, actually what we see, what we detecting during Gaia, and we know it is a white dwarf, but it is quite close object. So it is, if you look to the Gaia catalog, it is separated Gaia catalog, and it is 2 catalogs actually. It is one of them, it is the Gaia within 100 parsecs, white dwarf catalog, and other it is white dwarf catalog, but it is the bigger distance. Actually, in principle, if you look to this diagrams in the details, for example, in this plot, so here a majority we are talking about kiloparsecs. Here we are talking about hundreds of parsecs. So this quite different due to the big sources of white dwarfs. And microlensing force, for example, opened the new opportunity to better understand in future that it is the population of white dwarfs, because majority of the stars, it is the end of life on this level of white dwarf stage. Okay, so here I presented this, you already the slide see today. So this I am from Lithuania. This here it is located one of the northern point. This is our observatory located, and the main telescope for this Gaia follow-up photometry, it is Maksutov type telescope. Now it is remotely controlled. Typically we control it from our room. But during my astronomer career, so it is already the FET camera CCP it is put in this telescope. First initial was using liquid nitrogen for the cooling system. So no way was to do it remotely, even not dream about this. Now it is not robotic, it is remote control, but yes, of course we're sometimes doing the trick. Some of the astronomers start the work in the evening, that it is possible to write a small script, so that it is the list of a target coordinates, and to leave the telescope, and somebody like me or somebody that get up early morning and look if it is okay, so close the telescope, close the remote the dome, and it's okay. So little bit about this telescope. So it is the main parameters that you can find for this telescope in the Milena Ratajczak Observatory page. And actually the telescope built in 1962. And as I know from the older astronomers, so it is the initial task was for this telescope was to look for the satellites from United States. So actually at that time was competition. Only 2 countries actually launched the satellites. It is United States and Soviet Union. So actually, and after 13 years of service in some military some military bases, I don't know. The Lithuanian astronomers got in 1975 built this telescope. And initially it was built for photo plates. Now it is equipped as a CCD camera, and the last few years, 4 years, successfully working the Gaia follow-up photometry. So 6 years ago, built for satellites and Gaia as well. It is some kind of a satellite located in Lagrange point. Okay, let's go back to the Gaia 19BT event. That is what this slide works. And here it is wonderful follow-up diagram. Here it is close to 2,000 data points. Only this Maksuta telescope that is previously shown you. It is close to 200 data points that is here located. And you see this event was long. It is shaped like affected by Earth rotation around Sun. That is gravitation, and no duplicity, no planets. It is as well one of the field for the discussion, but why it is not detected for so long time, but not detected any one planet. Okay, let's go back to our source star. So in principle, to start with some investigation of a microlensing erase, the position of this star it is important for us. We should know where located the source star should be. And typically it is two methods. It is like Paweł presented as photometry, based on photometry and based on parallaxes, yes? Yes, and it is in our lensing effect. Actually, practices shows that it is still this one, it is more reliable. Of course, the best way is to use Gaia parallax in case if it is the event detected by Gaia parallaxes. But in our way, it is two hidden issues. One of them is that Gaia measuring parallaxes. And parallax measurements, it is typically follow Gaussian distributions. But if you do translate into the distance, of course the error path to that it is to the longer side, to the distances it is bigger. So maybe it is true value, it is somewhere in the middle. And here it is, and by the Jones parallax, it is also provide two options that it is geometric and photogeometric arrays. But as already mentioned, due to lensing effect, for example, so actually the precise astrometry for the Gaia, this can be affected, and that's the issue that it is why it is affected, and why we apply with this equation, and here in this equation, actually the known equation, it is actually three paths. Will continue. Yes. So no, it is visible magnitude that during the magnification and during microlensing effect you cannot use it just because it is affected by magnification. Absolute magnitude. It is typically for this we should know the spectral and luminosity class to know, and even interstellar extinction rate is as well, mainly goes for the dust. So it is a complex of this parameter, of course, affect this final result, final distance. And of course, to apply this equation, we should be sure that it is the source that the observing is single, not the double. And it is possible to do in many ways, but one of the ways is that apparently it is the adaptive optic taken the images of the Gaia 16 and Gaia 19DTE. So for classification, we start to know parameters. It is yes. For the Gaia 19DTE, it was used the LBT telescope. Yes, and taken spectra with here it is. And the main parameters that are obtained from the spectra. It is model, real spectrum, and one of the more it is that it is from the spectra, no absorption light from a potential second component of visible detected data. So this means that it is the body it is. Okay, additionally, it is possible to use some archival delta. For example, in this way, we can apply for diameter to mass data. And we actually, it is the real position of to mass, it is the reddening, but by this variable calculated to mass. Okay, this additional in the paper you can find, I don't know why this equation is not so popular, but if you have H magnitude and W2 or speed Z 4.5 magnitude, so it's only one, this equation works for the very wide range of spectroscopic types of stars. So basically from the A until K. It is this, because it is intrinsic color located in that position, but it is not changed dramatically during the different types of stars. Okay, so here it is the result, but it is only that Paweł tells us only this in Gaia 19 BLE. So my example, of course, it is four papers. It is not enough, of course, for statistics, but only in one case it was agreement between Gaia and between photometry, the terminal distance. Okay, I should acknowledge that it is this thanks to the grant from the Polish National Science Center that started our collaboration. The project was Polish-Lithuanian black hole grant. No, one of the last paper that it is presenting, it is about white dwarf, but nevertheless, with white dwarf as well, it is important and mysterious body. Of course, I'm not alone. It is my team. Yes, Lukasz. Yes, and now it is about little bit 1 minute about future plans. So here it is located the dome. It was 63 centimeters telescope inside and not used. And as you remember, 2 years ago in the Crete Island during our workshop, I said soon will be new telescope. So actually now last Friday I was in Milena Observatory in one event, and actually in Lithuania we say that the ice are moved. So I don't know, it is in the south, maybe you not understand it. It is term because they're from north, and it is in the spring, but for example, water and the river and on the rivers start moves. So it is already building here. Here it is dome building. Here it is already removed old telescope 60 centimeters from this idea is to put it in museum, or maybe to put inside, or to put the glass box or something like this. And you colleagues yesterday from Malta, you asked how it is the weather in Lithuania, yes, in my country. So it is, now it is in the middle of the day, where it is the date of this, so it is completely different.
Not photometric conditions.
Okay, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marius. Thank you very much. I'm afraid we have to leave the questions to the coffee break, which is just after this talk, and because we have to rush into another talk. So thank you again, and the last speaker before coffee, last but not least, Milena.
Thank you very much. So sorry to be the last one between you and coffee. I'll try to make it the most entertaining as I can. I'm going to talk about, that's not the first slide, about the spectroscopic follow-up of ellipsoidal binaries. So by ellipsoidal binaries, obviously I mean, thank you very much, binary systems where at least one of the components, it's not spherical, but it's ellipsoidal. So we live in an era of light curves, coming both from ground plates and space observatories. And we are lucky enough to work on the systems that we can choose and which we actually think that are the most interesting for us. So I mostly work on the data from these projects that are listed here, namely Gaia, Assessment, and OGLE. And I work on ellipsoidal binaries because actually it enable me to work on dynamics and gravity effects, as well as for searching for a compact object in binaries. And during my talk, I will focus on two kind of systems, two subgroups of ellipsoidal binaries, and one of them is related to dynamics and gravity effects, and another one is actually related to search for compact objects. The first group is called heartbeat stars, although there are people who don't really like to call them this way. So these are basically ellipsoidal binaries on eccentric orbits. So it means that the stars are far away from each other, and in the moment when they come close to periastron, so they approach each other, they undergo tidal interactions. If they undergo tidal interactions, one of them or both of them are distorted, so the star is deformed, and that causes actually the brightness variations. There were around 200 of these stars known by 2022, coming mostly from Kepler data, and the light curve of these systems looks more or less like this. That's the typical black points are the light curves, the red one is the nodal, and while the blue points are the radial velocity changes. So as you can clearly see, the shape of the black or red light curve is actually resembles the electrocardiogram. For those of you who measure their heart efficiency, often you can get used to that. That's why we call them heartbeat stars. And brightness changes are up to the deformation, star deformation. So we have ellipsoidal star, and depending on from which direction we look, it actually causes the brightness of the system changes. Radial velocity changes are the highest when we approach periastron, and that's actually something that let us work on the system and let us actually give some more information about the nature of the system we work on. But if we actually look at the shape of the heartbeats or the light curve, here you can see the analytical model showing the different types of, well, they are all heartbeat stars, but different shapes of heartbeats. And they actually depend on orbital parameters, namely inclination, argument of periastron, and eccentricity. So here you can see the full collection with the various values of eccentricity, inclination, and argument of periastron, and you see how they actually change. The amplitude of these changes depend on masses of components and also the separation at the periastron. But what's nice is actually from the light curve itself, we could get some information about inclination, even if those systems are not eclipsing binaries. So that's a really very precious information I'll tell you why in a moment. So we started an OGLE search for heartbeat stars. OGLE is a project that was mentioned by Mariusz in some talks before, and we will have the overview of this project in a moment, given by Paweł Zieliński. And we actually found thousands of systems, heartbeat systems in the OGLE database collection, and they are located in galactic biology and LMC and SNC. So here you can see typical light curves. We also put the analytical model into them. We get some parameters. And that was the very nice work led by Martin Wrona last year. I would like to focus on two of the systems. So here you can see the plot of the amplitude, changes of amplitude and magnitude, the heartbeat phase over the orbital period in logarithm. And the black points are actually the systems that were known before we made this search in OGLE. And the two red dots are actually the most extreme that we found in OGLE. So one extreme is actually extreme in amplitude, and that was the system that was nicely studied in these two papers that are listed here. Actually, it's a massive system, massive star systems, and it was studied in terms of getting investigation of tidally excited constellations as well as stellar winds, because these are massive stars. It's a very nice work led by these two authors. And the right one is actually the most extreme in terms of period. So as you can see, it's 3 years period of the data. So that's the light curve from OGLE with the analytical model. The data, the parameter of the model are listed up there. So that's how it looked like. And obviously, we get some information about the objects and what we want. We want to get a follow-up. A spectroscopic follow-up is the best what we can get, obviously, and we want to check the radial velocity and see what's actually sitting there. But the target is relatively faint, so we need a relatively big telescope to get radial velocities. And if we zoom into the data, so basically nothing almost nothing happens in the light curves over 3 years, and then over a month we have this changes, and that's the light curve on the top here with a model, and then down here you have radial velocities, and coming from various instruments, and we see no secondary components. So we could see only changes of one of the component, and we started to investigate the nature of the system. So if we take a look at the orbits, actually, that's the model showing the orbits on the bottom panel. And if we take a look at the changes in both in brightness and in the shape, it looks more or less like this. So in the upper panel, you can see the changes in brightness. That's just a model without the data. And down here, you can see the shape of the star. The big star is actually this red giant that we can see, and the changes in the shape that are actually happening because of the proximity of a secondary component. We don't know what kind of it is it. And changes in temperature in our model. That's how it looks like. That's why we know it's ellipsoidal. So, as I mentioned before, the nice thing about Harbin stars is that we can get inclination for free from modeling light curves, and that's very useful in determining in calculating the mass function. So basically, we have inclination, orbital period, and eccentricity from a light curve. We also have semi-amplitude of radial velocity changes from our radial velocity measurements. So if we know basically what's the primary star mass and radius, then we can guess what's the secondary star nature. And this is so that's why we need some estimation on the primary star, and this we can get from spectroscopic analysis, and these are the parameters that we get. So with this data, we can actually put it on Keeler diagram. So log G over temperature, effective temperature, we know it's a red giant, you can see it from here, although it's not easy to guess what's the exact mass of the star, because as you can see, evolutionary tracks are really getting really close there, and we have relatively large errors of our parameters here. So we still don't know what's there, although with some additional constraints we can get some parameters. So this given system is 3.4 solar mass. It has a secondary that is a lower mass star, but it's not a compact object. And we are still working on it because we actually noticed the changes in light curve that happen just after periastron, and they are not periodic, so they turn out to be sometimes too visible in the light curves and sometimes not. So as you can see here, there's some of the light curves that we have some dip, and then we don't have this dip visible. So we thought it could be an eclipse of a secondary star, but it turned out that it cannot be a secondary star. Now we are investigating the ocean. If that could be some kind of disk that changes its density, but we don't see any traces of actually some cold material and any emission lines and the infrared axis of that. So it still remains a mystery. If anyone has an idea what could that be, I'll be really happy to hear that. And I'd like to quickly jump to the second part of the talk that is shorter than the first one, and it's about the search for compact objects in the ellipsoidal systems. And here I don't really mean the eccentric ellipsoidal systems, but the ellipsoidal with eccentricity up to 0, so with a circular orbit. And in the recent year, we have a really reborn of the quest of searching for dormant compact objects in binaries. By dormant compact objects, I mean black holes or neutron stars, but they don't, in a system that they don't emit X-rays. So we can find them by using various techniques. Large radial velocity modulation, that's one of them. Large ellipsoidal modulation, so it's a photometry-based studies that are related to tidal interaction. And also astrometry that was used recently to find Gaia black holes, the first one that was found in Gaia data. And in this talk, I'm actually focusing on this ellipsoidal modulations. And in Gaia year 3, we had more than 20,000 of candidates, so ellipsoidal candidates, from which the light curves you could see by here, from which they were like cherry-picked the most promising candidates to host that compact object, let's call it this way. How was it done? So all of the details are written in that paper. I will just try to really summarize what really quickly. So if we have a photometric amplitude of ellipsoidal variable, so like the light curve that you could see previously, and if you have some estimation of mass and radius of the primary component, of the component that you can see, and you assume the inclination of 90%, of 90 degrees, sorry, you can calculate minimum mass ratio. But very often we don't know what's the mass and radius of a star that we see the light curve. So it turns out that there is something that is called modified minimum mass ratio that is actually described in this paper that depends on the photometric amplitude only. So basically looking at the light curve and having some constraints, well, some assumption. And one of the assumptions is that the primary fills the Roche lobe and an inclination is 90 degrees. You can actually calculate the modified minimum mass ratio. And the modified minimum mass ratio is always smaller than the minimum mass ratio. And this one is always smaller than the mass ratio, the actual mass ratio. So it means that if the modified minimum mass ratio is high, it's a large number, that it can really host a compact binary because actual mass ratio is even higher. So based on that, there were 6,000 short period candidates from which more than 200 best candidates were selected, and they started to be investigated by the team also. That includes also me. So the easiest thing is that to have a radial velocity studies of these 262 candidates. But it's not easy because these targets are faint, and they are fainter that we cannot actually get the RVS from Gaia. So there's no radial velocity measurements for them. They are fainter than this limiting magnitude. So we need big telescopes for that. That's always challenging. So we started to think about what to do, how to check, how to get this confirmation or checking the best candidates. And we thought, okay, let's think about multicolor photometry. So first of all, look at the archival data, right? That's something that we actually talk a lot during this meeting. So we have BHTOM, we have some systems, so the data that is available, sometimes we actually don't use it, and it's worth to take a look. And actually it turns that for some of the points, some of the targets, we have some OGLE data, some SSSN data, some CTF data, which turn out to be very, very helpful. But for some of them, we still need like more multicolor photometry. Because the main thing that the most of the systems we think that actually can be contaminated by contact binaries. So here I present you the models of 3 systems. The first system is the one that we would like to find. So it's a basically ellipsoidal primary star and a secondary that is a compact object. The secondary one is a red giant and a low mass star. So it's like a smaller or low mass, less massive one. And the third one is actually a contact binary. It turns out that the light curves of this system can be the same. So you can see actually well, spare the details, but these are the color R and V light curves of these 3 systems modeled with a FP2. And actually what we wanted to check are the color variations. It's not the light curve itself, but the color variations, just to check if the color variations for these 3 types of binary stars, of binary systems, let's say, are different. But actually it turned out that they don't. So here you can see the subtraction, so the color variation of these 2 colors for these 2 systems. And maybe you cannot see the numbers here, but they are basically the same. So it means that even if we have multicolor photometry of these systems, it wouldn't help us to distinguish between which kind of system is that. So actually the only thing we can get is to get radial velocities, and due to that basically calculate the masses. And that was done for part of the systems in this paper, and actually it was a dozen of candidates that were checked, and all of them are actually contact binaries, but it turned out those were not the most promising candidates. Actually, the authors said that they were the most promising candidates. It's not true, because those were the easiest to observe by the authors. So these were the brightest stars, and the one located in the northern hemisphere, where they had the spectrograph time used. So we are still in the process of radial velocity follow-up campaigns using SALT HRS,
The wife is in Australia, and we applied also for some ESO time. And hopefully, among those 260 candidates, there's at least one that hosts a compact binary. And I hope to tell you about it next year. So thank you very much.
I'm afraid we don't have time for questions.
But I have time for you, Staszek, during coffee break.
Oh, yes.
There is one more possibility.
Okay.
A semi-detached system with optically thick accretion disk.
It will mimic, its light curve will mimic contact biting system.
Yeah, but this one I cannot model with you too, so.
You have a bias as well.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, it's time for a coffee break now. So let's thank all the speakers of this session. And just a note, we start at 4 sharp, and that's going to be we'll do a brief walk at Warsaw, because there is a seminar at Warsaw. I'm chairing the seminar, so I have to combine it somehow. So this, but the talk is going to be about the alternate surveys. So that's going to be a larger and longer seminar at 4, which will be transmitted here. So see you in half an hour. And a note to Zoom people: will switch off this Zoom, and you're encouraged to join the YouTube transmission. The link is given on the program, on the wiki page. Thank you.
I've not yet shared my presentation. What is your preferred format method of sharing?
Try me.
Okay. Well, it's going to be PowerPoint, so I think that should be
Ooh, that's gonna be challenging.
Yeah.
But we can try. We can try.
Do you have PowerPoint?
I do.